You want to tell registration to tell their bosses that they missed the last day? The rock, paper, scissors winner was over this side. Who was that? Who was that? Well, we're going to have to do the same there. We'll just keep the prize ourselves, huh? Okay. If you know who these people are, and if they happen to show up before break, then please let us know, okay? I was telling Pat this morning when I was standing up here talking to, what's her name? The lady from Argentina. Get her name. And when the glasses fell and went bang on the floor, I was thinking, now if I was Donald Trump, I'd probably be hitting the floor. Sounded like a gunshot. We shall begin. Syracuse.
All right. I just want to welcome everybody to the third and final day. I want you to congratulate yourselves for showing up and being present in this moment. It's because of you guys that we're able to be here and make this happen. Like, we could put a lot of effort into organizing, but it's really you that makes this happen, for showing up. So I just want to show all of you some love for being here and showing love to your community, our people, and etc. So I'm also really happy to be here as well, same with my colleague Norm as well.
You know what? I was thinking this morning about the last couple of days. This room here, imagine for a moment, this room here, for the last couple of days with nobody in it, absolutely nobody in it. Not a single body. Nothing happens. Absolutely nothing happens. Well, in a human way. You fill it with 200-300 of people who are caregivers. Awesome things are happening in the last couple of days. We have been energized. Syracuse and I have been energized by your enthusiasm and just your deadliness. So give yourselves a round of applause.
Yeah, so next up on the agenda we have the drums, so I'm going to give it to them to open us up. And
oh, by the way, you want to do that?
Yeah, I can do that.
I forgot something. There's a quick change, and we've been asked to do this right away. In the workshops, the second one called Empowering Indigenous Youth, Success of the Nan Minobimad School Mental Wellness Pilot Program, was scheduled to be in the Dufferin Room. It is now going to be in the Elgin Room. And those people who were supposed to be in the Elgin Room down below, they're now going to be in the Dufferin Room, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
All
Sorry.
right, so I'm going to give it to the drummers to take it away and start our day whenever you're ready. show them some love, everybody, and give them a round of applause. So now I want to call up our one and only Patricia Oakes for our opening prayer. Come on up, Patricia.
Good morning. Sego sawaguego, buju ani, ganagwaza danapado xiangyaks, waxkalawagi ni wagitalodo, akwasasni ni inadogino. Greetings, everyone. My Mohawk name is Ganagwaza, and my status card name is Pat Oakes. I'm Bear Clan, and I come from the Akwesasne Mohawk community. And I'd like to acknowledge the Eagle staff, the other elders in the room, the chiefs, the youth, and all the participants. And I'd like to thank the drum for that beautiful opening this morning, and the young guy who did such a great job. Let's give him a round of applause. He's amazing. I'd just like to commend Norm and Syracuse on the great job that they're doing too. I think their second calling are to be comedians too. I think they're doing a good job. Anyway, today is our third day, and over these last few days, it's been quite amazing with all the speakers and workshops that have been going on, and I can feel the caring and love in the room. And you know, I come from a family too that has alcoholism and drug addiction, and I lost my sister and my nephew as a result of those addictions. And I never gave up on them. I tried hard to help, and I had to, you know, be careful with that line of enabling, you know, versus helping. I had to step back with my sister, and it was hard. It was hard to see when she left this world too early. But I guess my message to you is don't give up on them, ever. You know, love them, care for them, be there for them. Don't give up. You never know when they'll get the message, and they'll, you know, they'll decide to get help. You know, we wish that for everybody. It's hard when you're not, when you don't have those issues to understand it, but don't give up on them. Just love them. Just my message to you today. You know, this morning I'm gonna do a prayer called the Mother Earth Prayer. Mother Earth, hear your child. As I sit here on your lap of grass, I listen to the echoes of your voice. In my brother, the wind, as he blows from all corners and directions. The soft and gentle raindrops are the tears you cry for your children. Teach me the lessons you offer, to nurture my children as you nurture yours, to learn the lessons excuse me, of the four directions that make up this world of physical things, and to learn to walk the path chosen so long ago. Mother Earth, hear your child. Be a bond between the worlds of earth and spirit. Let the winds echo the knowledge of the grandfathers who await, unseen yet visible, if I only turn my eyes to their world. Let me hear their voices in the winds that blow to the east. From the east, I seek the lessons of childhood to see with the trusting innocence of a small one, the lessons of spirit given in love by our Creator. From the south, to learn the ways of questioning, the fire and independence of adolescence, the truths, and how they help us grow along this path. From the west, where the grandfathers teach us acceptance of responsibility that come during the years of marriage and family, that my own children grow strong and true. From the north, where the elders who by their long lives have learned and stored wisdom and knowledge and learned to walk in balance and harmony with our mother, the earth. Mother Earth, hear your child. Hold my hand as I walk upon my path in this world. Guide me to the lessons I seek. Bring me closer to our Creator until I return to the western direction to once again enter the world of spirit where the sacred fire awaits, and I rejoin the council of the elders in the presence of the one who created us all. I'd like to say it's been a pleasure to be here over the last few days, and I'm honored to be here as your knowledge keeper. And I thank you, and if I don't get to talk to each and every one of you, have a safe trip home today. Be careful. It's snowing out there. Winter has come back. Thank you.
As we say back home, Pat, are you ready? I think we're ready. We have 4 panelists that we're going to be having come forward. Can we have those 4 panelists come forward, please, and grab a seat right here? The 4 panelists. Unhoused, but not defeated. Yesterday morning, 2 mornings ago, I was outside having my secret smoke that my wife knows nothing about. Are we live stream here? And I saw this guy. He come walking around a corner, and he had his head down. He was looking around on the pavement. And you can tell he was looking for something. He was looking for butts, the big ones. And he walked by, turned around, came back. I said, good morning. I said, do you need a smoke? He said, yeah. I gave him 2 cigarettes. Happiest guy in the world, man. Happiest guy in the world. This morning, we're going to be talking overcoming First Nation homelessness and housing insecurity. Our 4 panelists, what we're going to do is we're going to have them introduce themselves at the very beginning, and then we have, I believe it's some prep questions here. 4 of them. And we're going to try to get through them, but we also want to give an opportunity for you folks to be able to ask any questions of the panelists before we end, okay? Are you guys ready? We shall start from here and go here, and then go here. No, we'll start here this way. Introduce yourselves, and yeah, just take a minute or 2 to do that. Oh, wait a minute. We got some reading stuff to do here, right? Yeah. They told us, can you read this? I said, yeah. This panel brings together First Nations people from across the region to share their lived experiences and how they have navigated and overcome homelessness. Panelists will share their stories of perseverance, cultural connections and reconnections, and how different community-based supports help them to reclaim their sense of home and belonging.
First Nations houselessness goes beyond the absence of physical structure or shelter to live in, where home is more than just a building. It signifies the belief that one's true home is tied to the land, family, community, and culture. For First Nations people, the experience of being houseless is also about being disconnected from the land and community that gives meaning to their identity. This perspective shifts the conversation to one that prioritizes more than just housing solutions, but also cultural identity, community, and connection to the land. Also, it allows us to humanize the issue and dismantle harmful narratives that persist about unhoused people.
Overcoming housing insecurity and homelessness requires a multifaceted approach that addresses not only the immediate need for shelter, but also the deeper interconnected factors that contribute to housing instability and homelessness. Your panel, now you can begin. The stage is set.
Miigwech, Mr. Wesley, and Ms. Montour. Anin, Minogajipka Kinuea, Manadmat Kwa Indishnikas, Mayangan and Dodam, Gacham Nemni Singh, Minwanabi Singh Donjaba, Aurelia Dinda Migwa, Marcia, Minwa Robert Jinikawak Migitsimak, Jennifer Jinikawak Migizi. It's my ego. Hi. My Anishinaabe Noswin is Gentle Breeze. I have a couple of them, but that's the one that I like. My name's Tara Roy. I come from the Beausoleil First Nation and Nipissing First Nation, raised in both communities, thankfully. And now I reside in the Aurelia area. This is my helper, my right-hand gal, Jennifer, and Miigwech.
Wache Ani Pojo. My name is Kira Spence. I come from Moose Cree First Nation on Moose Factory Island. My roots come from Attawapiskat, Fort Albany, Moose Factory, and Washkaganish. My spirit name is Pipichu, known as Robin. I belong to the Barrett clan, and I'm very excited to share my story and inspire others out there, hopefully. So, miigwech.
Scanos Wagwego, Rachel Nikiaso, Montour de Sessanatse, Gostos Trio ne Ongwehoingayaso, Otia Yoni ne Wagishonte. My name is Rachel Montour. My Ongwehoe name is Nice Feather. I come from Six Nations. I am a second-year Kuga language student at Six Nations Polytechnic, and I'm excited to be here and meet all you guys.
Ani Bojo Segaskanagale. My government name's John LaForme. My spirit name translates into Big Thunder. I originate from Mississaugas of the Credit, Six Nations Reservation. I'm half Mohawk, half Ojibwe. I currently reside in the city of Toronto, work in the city of Toronto, so it's been an honor to come down and share my story with the community. Chimigocha.
Round of applause. That's our panel. Okay, we begin. We can start with Big Thunder here and make our way down this way and share your story, your experiences of navigating and overcoming homelessness, and what are some of the key turning points of teachings that have helped you in your path to healing and finding your home. Big Thunder.
Okay, as I said, I grew up on Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations, in a pretty good household. My family was very close. I grew up sick as a child, so I was very close with my mother. My mother passed away when I was 6 years old, and my father didn't know how to raise us. He had 3 kids, me and my sisters, and he struggled. He had his own issues with addictions, and continued growing up down there. There was abuse, sexual abuse, different things like that I lived with, that I had to deal with. And growing up down there, we were told not to talk about that kind of stuff. We were told not to shame our community and bring it up as part of what happened. And so I held that and I carried that very, very heavily throughout my childhood. Growing up, I grew up on the Mississauga side and went to Mississauga school, and we had to go off reserve once we got to grade 6 and grade 7. We had to go off reserve to go to school. I didn't know what racism was until I went to them schools. I went to Parkview Public School in Hagerville, Ontario, And that's when I actually started seeing what racism was and started seeing what that demon. And going to that school really made me an angry person. Made me fight. And that's what I did. I fought. I fought for my fellow students, people I grew up on my reserve with, because we were a pretty close community. My best friends, some of the close people I grew up with, we all went to that school, and we getting called wagon burners, different things like that, and it really deterred me from that Western philosophy of schooling. So, grade 9, I started really struggling with my addiction. Started with weed and started drinking, and I left home, and I dropped out of school. Started going in and out of the system, in and out of jails. I'd be out for a month, be back in for 3 months, be out for a month, be back in. And during that time, my addiction started getting more in depth, more deep. It went from drugs, smoking weed and drinking. I got introduced to cocaine, and I really liked it at that time. I really enjoyed it because it subsided that pain that I was feeling. It took that pain away from me. And so I kept doing that, and I caught some pretty big charges. And my father was one of them people that always told us, I will not come and visit you, I won't put money on your books, I won't, but he always accepted phone calls from me. And I had a daughter when I was 17 years old, but I was struggling with my addictions, and I wasn't able to be there to raise her because I went into the system, and I got some federal time, and I went and did almost 4.5 years in the federal penitentiaries. Spent that time in there, and during that time, I got introduced to crack cocaine, and I really enjoyed that, and because I was hiding my pain, I was dealing with that pain. So when I got released in '98 or so, I came to Toronto with no set stones. Came to Toronto, and right away I figured out, okay, I'm going to go to Toronto, I'm on parole, whatever, I'll come to Toronto. And I ended up meeting a bunch of dealers down here. And for many years, I slept under the Spadina Bridge. Slept under the Spadina Bridge at Spadina on Lakeshore in a pillar. There was about 6 or 7 of us that built our pillars. We had pretty fancy shanties that we had. It was pretty comfortable. We spent many winters out there sleeping out in the cold. My father would come down looking for me once in a while. He'd bring my daughter down and whatnot. But I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready to own my own stuff. I wasn't ready to face up to it. So I kept smoking, and I kept doing other things and robbing people, doing different things, catching charges here, sitting in for a while, getting back out. I was actually red zone from the area I was, because I used to squeegee and everything. Some of you probably remember when you came to Toronto, I used to squeegee your car, different things like that. But I got to the point where I was 145 pounds, skin and bones. I was a shell, basically. And in 2004, there was a drop-in center down here called Youth Link Inner City that I connected with the counselors, and it really encouraged me to, because I was starting to age out from them youth programs, to get to that age where I was going to age out, and there was not many resources down here once you age out of that category. So I was here, and I didn't look after my health. I didn't care about my health. All I cared about was the drugs. I cared about getting high and getting, from the time I woke up to the time I went to bed. There was days I'd be awake for 2-3 days at a time, and spent that time out there. And but in 2004, I've been in different programs, different treatment centers, but it just didn't work. That 12-step program, that Christianity, because I was angry. I was angry towards that, because that's what was taught on our reserve. That was what was instilled. Mississauga of the Credits is even still today is very powered with the Christianity, and the culture is still not there as it should be. So I had an opportunity, the drop-in center, they gave us an opportunity to go to this treatment program, go check out a program up in Namaning, Quebec. It's called DeNova Canada. So I took the opportunity. We went up for a week. And during that week, seeing the program, seeing how it was run, I was like, I can do this, because it was community-based. It wasn't, we're in 12-step programs where you gotta repent your sins, do all this, and ask for forgiveness, ask for that, ask for this. So when I was up there, the nurse that I had started looking after me, while I was on the streets, I contracted hepatitis C from intravenous drug use. And she goes, "Do you want to go?" So I said, "Yeah." So we started that paperwork. That was in September. We went up and we started the paperwork. I got accepted in December 14th of 2004. I got the call, the week before I got a call saying, "Yeah, you're accepted. The program starts on December 14th. So I was like, okay, I was scared. I did a bunch of back taxes because I hadn't never done my taxes, different things like that. So I had quite a bit of money in my pocket. I was almost tempted to run and just go. But I said no. So I made that trip up there. I got off the bus in Namanin, Quebec. I remember when I left Toronto, there was about this much snow on the ground. I got off that bus up in Namanin, Quebec. There was about this much snow on the ground. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing? So I looked at the bus driver, and I looked at the bus driver, and I said, can I get a ticket back to Montreal? At least if I go to Montreal, I know people, and I can do whatever I need. I was like, but he goes, there's only a bus every 2 or 3 days that goes back to Montreal. I was like, oh no. So I made that decision. And there was no programming at that time because it was the Christmas holidays. So all the program was shut down. So I was sitting there, all I did was eat and sleep. Started putting on weight, and I started feeling myself again. So I called my dad and I talked to him a little bit and told him, I said, I'm going to make that decision. I said, I'm going to stay here for 6 months. Because you can stay for 6 months to a year. I said, I'm going to give it 6 months and then I'll make a decision after that. So I did my 6 months up there and I felt good. And I came back to Toronto. It was very honoring that an organization I currently work for gave me an opportunity to work for them as an outreach worker. Yeah, it's called Native Men's Residence here in Toronto. So I got back and I had a job right away, and I had a place. And I continued, but I still had them urges. I still had that temptation to just run, because I didn't want to deal with them, deal with all that. And I start seeing some elders down here. I got connected with an elder. His name's Colin Musso. He's from Manitoba, and he started taking me under his wing. He started showing me, teaching me. Earned my first pipe, I did my sun dance, I did all that kind of stuff, and it's been 20 years now. 20 years clean and sober. I relapsed once when I got back, and that was it. And during that time, I really connected with my culture, really connected with who I am. And I'm going to share a little story about one of my fasts, what really resonated with me. And I was out there during that fast, and some of the clan mothers, the Ungahoni women, came to me while I was out there. They were talking to me about how we're all sitting on our own canoes, and we're always paddling. And our canoes start going to the side, start going this way, start going backwards, and we're not getting anywhere. And I was looking at that, and they told me it's because I was carrying everybody else's canoes that hurt me, that harmed me, that did all that damage. And part of that was learning to cut them strings, carrying other people's things. So it was very, very important. I went and did a ceremony down in Pine Ridge, North Dakota. And my elder took me out to do that ceremony for releasing. And that's when I actually start seeing my journey come to what it is now, to see what I do now. Right now, I'm the life skills coordinator at Native Men's Residence. I work with guys that are coming off the streets, that are coming out of the institutions. And it's rewarding for me to be able to put back into what helped me. Because I see a lot of times, I can vouch probably for every one of us that sit on this panel, we would go to these programs and we have people that have never been through something, that never had a lifestyle, have never had that harm or hurt. They're sitting there telling us, oh, I know what you're going through, I know what you're going through. Bullshit, you don't know what we're going through. So it's very important, especially in our communities, to have the peers that have lived that life to come in and talk with them people and sit with their community to share. Our journeys are never the same, but we can understand and relate to where they're coming from. And I can vouch for my own community. They don't do that. They don't bring anybody from that has that lived experience and come and do that kind of work and share their stories, doing the men's circles and stuff like that. So that's why I call Toronto home now. So, Shimmy West for letting me share a little bit. And
So I'm 2.5 years clean and housed. Thanks. I grew up in the church. My mom's family was very hardcore church. My grandpa was a pastor. And my parents weren't together. My dad was traditional. So I felt very disconnected growing up. I'm 33 years old, and I used since I was 10 years old. So to finally have this sober time behind me is amazing. I also have an 8-year-old son who I've lost custody of, but I'm working towards reunification at this time. So I wrote my answers because I'm so nervous. So during most of the COVID pandemic, I was living on the streets in Hamilton and Brantford, facing unimaginable challenges as a survivor of human trafficking and domestic violence. Living on the streets was one of the most hardest experiences I have ever endured. In the midst of that darkness, connecting with my culture and community made all the difference. I found a lifeline in programs that offer genuine connection and a sense of belonging. Programs that, along with the learning the Cayuga language, helped to rekindle a spark within me that I couldn't see. A significant turning point for me was finding refuge at the Native Women's Center in Hamilton. The genuine care of the staff and the fellow clients helped me begin to believe in myself again. Equally important was the guidance and support I received from the Six Nations Land-Based Team and Six Nations Mental Health Services. Just before I secured my housing this last time, I was facing homelessness again due to overcrowding in a family home. And their services played a crucial role in reconnecting me to the land, my community, and my true self, making it possible for me to sustain this new home and way of life. I recently just moved into my own apartment, in the first time in my whole life. Another insight that changed my perspective came from someone I affectionately refer to as an elder in training. He reminded me that my connection to my son remained unbroken. Even during my struggles, I learned that my son could sense when I was having a tough time, but he could also feel when I was healing and making positive progress. I didn't want him to carry the burden of my struggles anymore. This realization was a turning point for me because I understood that if I wasn't strong, he would feel every bit of my pain. And I needed to break that cycle. Although I lost custody, I'm now working towards reunification, and that purpose guides every action I take in my daily life. With my dad's unwavering support, every time I reached out, I gradually built a strong support system that has set me on the path to healing and living. Thank you.
Use that one there. Can you pass the other one?
What two? There we go. Good morning. My story started when I was 9 years old, and my mom, her name is Gina Davey, she made the big decision to move us to Toronto from Moose Factory Island. She made us move for numerous reasons. My brother, he has autism, and he wasn't getting the supports that he deserved at that elementary school we were going to. The EAs barely had any funding, so they would have to share their time with other students, and my brother was always put into hallways and no one would support him, so my mom moved us down south so that he could get supports, and so my younger sister would too. My father was also abusive towards my family and I. He was also a drug dealer, and he tainted our community. And so my mom saw it as an opportunity to start fresh. And during that time, we spent our first year in Toronto in a shelter. It was intentionally to be 6 months, but due to OW and EI, we had to stay an extra 6 months, which turned into a year. And during that year, we had to stay in a tiny room with 2 bunk beds, and she was raising 3 kids on her own. And during that time, she was getting clean, and this summer she'll be 10 years clean. And she's going to be sober of alcohol and for 3 years this summer as well. And I'm extremely proud of my mom, because without her I wouldn't be here up at this panel, up to share our story that we share, because I was right by her side the whole time. I helped her raise my siblings. After we moved from that shelter, we went to Woodgreen's Homeward Bound program. They housed us while she went to school, while she was taking her ECE. And during that time, she went to Seneca College, which was far from where we lived, and so she would commute an hour, sometimes an hour and a half a day to go to her courses and learn. And during that time, I would support her by taking care of the kids, helping them with homework, helping them make sure that they get to bed on time, preparing their lunches, doing the dishes. I was basically their second mother for a good portion of our lives. I gave up my childhood to support her and to make sure that she was getting the schooling that she deserved to continue in. Unfortunately, she got some medical issues there, and our 4-year stay was up, so we had to move. But during that time we lived there, she was looking for housing for 2 years to support us, but she couldn't find anything just because it was so expensive. And this was around 2020. And so in 2020, my mom picked us up and moved us to North Bay. And during our move, our unit wasn't ready yet, and we were unhoused and living in hotels for 92 days. And during that time, I experienced being sexually assaulted by a former family friend's partner, someone we thought who we could trust. And I'm still fighting that case. I was 15 when it happened, and I'm 19 now. I'm waiting for my justice that I deserve. And after being unhoused, we got into our unit. My mom still lives there now, and she still faces insecurity. She still worries about rent. She still worries about having to keep a home, and her home isn't even healthy. They don't take care of it. There's mold that's been covered up. And my siblings, they try to support her in many ways. They have to pay to do their laundry. And in North Bay, it's an unhealthy environment they live in. My siblings will come to me on the phone and say, "Kira, come home. We miss you, we need you." And me and my sister, we have a very special relationship because I named her. I named her Angel because she wasn't supposed to be born. She was a miracle baby. And me and her are 6 years apart. We always bump heads, but I always treat her like she was my first baby because she was always by my side while I was supporting her and my family. And after all that, I decided to come down and move back here for school. I thought if my mom could do it while raising 3 kids, I can come here while wanting to do my own ECE. I completed my first year at George Brown College, and I bounced in between 2 homes. Unfortunately, my funding got cut for my band due to personal reasons, and I was scared. I was like, at the end of August, I'm gonna be homeless. I want to stay. Something's telling me to stay. And my grandparents, they were telling me to come home. They were willing to house me and find me a job related to my ECE. I told them, no, I want to stay. Something's telling me to stay. So I stayed, and I'm currently in transitional housing through the Native Canadian Centre of Toronto. I'm slowly getting back up on my feet, and I work at a downtown Montessori school as a supply teacher. And I had these kids, they're the highlight of my day. They're healing parts of me that I never thought needed healing because I gave that up at such a young age. People come up to me and one person thought I was 26. I was like, no, I'm still a baby in this world, in the adult world. I'm still a little baby. And if my mom had to do it all over again, I would encourage her to because I wouldn't be here without her strength. So miigwech.
I don't know if that one's working. It's not seeming like it is. I mean, little bit about myself. When Big Thunder here said that Toronto was home, I feel that way about Highway 11, which is a funny thing to say, because Highway 11 is really long. But I grew up going from Nipissing all the way down to Barrie very consistently, raised in the Lake Nipissing and Georgian Bay, and so every summer it was going down the Mamas from Gokmis. And yeah, it started when I was 8 years old. That was the first time we were evicted from our home in Nipissing, from Garden Village. My own family had chosen to do that, and so we ended up in Barrie. We were then evicted again a couple of years later. Ended up floating around hotels for a little bit, and that was okay. I didn't know what stale cigarette smoke smelled like until then, living in a hotel. But yeah, we eventually found ourselves a new home, evicted again, ended up on Chimnissing, and I was able to call Chimnissing home for five or 6 years until I finally moved myself into Barrie. I think I was 17 at the time, shacked up, thought I met someone nice. And it wasn't the best, but I learned a lot about myself, and later moved back in with my mom after being hospitalized by my partner. And that was kind of my wake-up call. Through those years, I've had uncles, a lot of relatives. I'm familiar with Dundas Square and coming here downtown and looking for my relatives. When people would pass away at home, Mom would say, well, you gotta go find uncle. So we'd hop in the car, we'd spend a few days driving around Toronto, spend a few days driving around Orillia, knocking on doors, trying to find people. Oh, so-and-so says he goes over there, that soup kitchen. So we're over there, sitting there for 4 hours, looking, do you know Donnie? No. So, yeah, I live with my mother, finding myself a place to call my own now, but spent quite a bit of time looking for my relatives. One of my good friends from Barrie, he had unfortunately passed away due to being unhoused and unable to get his medication. He passed away in a youth haven. He had a seizure in his sleep. He was diabetic. He was unable to have, I believe it was his insulin. I was 15 when that happened. And that was hard. I didn't understand, it was very sudden. He was only out there for a week. and it took him. And he was a very good friend of mine. I'll definitely share more as our conversation goes on, but I believe we can move on to our next question.
Miigwech for being here. I recognize that it takes a lot to be up here, and I appreciate you coming here to share your story. It takes so much courage. So I just want to say that we all love you and we're here for you, and thank you. All right. Are we ready for the next question, panelists? All right. How did you maintain your health and well-being while living unhoused? What were some of the biggest health challenges you faced? Whoever wants to go first, we'll just pop around.
Well, myself, like I said, I used a youth drop-in center called Youth Link Inner City. They had a nurse that was that would come on site all the time just to check in on us, all the kids, all those young ones that were at that drop-in center. So she would always check in on our health and stuff like that, but I really didn't take care of my health. I didn't really care. I didn't care if I lived or died at that time. So I didn't worry about my health. I didn't worry about diabetes, even though diabetes runs very high in my family. So a nurse, she would always check and whatnot, ask us to get our blood tested, stuff like that. That's when I found out I had Hep C. And when I found out I had Hep C, I was like, okay, whatever, fuck. Let's go get high. And but after a while, once I got back and I started getting clean, tried to go to different doctors down here in Toronto. But the racism that we felt and that I seen towards me coming in and asking for help, they're like, "Oh, you're just a recovering addict. You don't need help. Whatever." And first time I actually felt welcome was when I walked in the doors of Anishinaabe Health Toronto down here. Went in and that's when I found out I was diabetic. My A1C at that time was, I think, 21 point something. It was ridiculous, and I still didn't care. But that's when I actually started looking at my health. And as an outreach worker, I was attending appointments with different people when they want to go to detox and stuff like that. And I seen the racism in them hospitals and seen the judgment of our clients. Up to about a year ago, I always had long hair and stuff like that. So me and my one coworker, we went to Toronto Western with one of our clients that wanted to go to detox. And when we took him in, the social worker and everybody was like, "Oh, what do you guys want? You guys are all just here for drugs, blah, 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 blah." But me and my coworker were social workers. We're there as supports for him. And I let it go on for a bit, and I let him keep talking and whatnot. I handed him my business card, and I says, "Here, you're going to be my manager, my ED will be down here in the morning." Like, "Oh, we didn't know." I said, "Well, it should never be like that." But that's how our community is. Like the community, especially in the big city, even in Brantford. I used to go to Brantford General, and it'd be like, so it's a little scary. And down here, like, because I do a lot of traditional work down here, and having that accepted in the hospitals is very hard stuff down here. I worked with Anishinaabe Health as Oscar Baywis, and I went in with the elders. We were going to do an end-of-life ceremony for one of our clients. We showed up, we brought the pipes, and we brought the smudge, everything. They go, "Oh, well, you guys can't do this in the room." So, "Oh, we'll take you down to the room, a different place." It took us down to the fucking morgue and made us do the end-of-life ceremony down there. And it made, like, our client was like, I went and did the ceremony with him, and it's just like, oh my God, this is what we still have to deal with because of our ceremonies and stuff like that. So that's a little, like, with the health, it's hard, especially when you're underhoused and homeless. So.
Staying healthy and well while unhoused was a constant struggle. I relied on community support and trusted programs that provided both physical and emotional care, even when the conditions around me were difficult. During this challenging period, my physical health suffered immensely. I was an IV drug user. I was hospitalized multiple times, went septic, and battled a severe blood and bone infection, which required me to use a PICC line for 3 months. I experienced stretch foot, which was shocking to me when I found out that's what it was, because how is something that affected people in World War I still affecting our people today? And I spent a month on a walker, complicating my ability to navigate the streets and shelters. Everyday injuries became risky. Even minor cuts took a long time to heal and could quickly escalate into serious infections. Additionally, I contracted Hep C during this time, but I have since completed the treatment and no longer have Hep C. I also was like, what the fuck, let's just go get high. Until it started actually affecting my health. The mental challenges I faced were also significant. To protect myself, my mind fragmented into different parts, leading to a diagnosis of multiple personality disorder. While I was in the hospital, I was able to maintain my sobriety, but returning to environments where others were using was often resulted in relapse. At times, I felt like I was not taken seriously in the hospital until it was nearly too late. Brantford General, I came in from a detox with appendicitis. They left me unchecked, laying on a bed in the hallway for 12 hours. The surgery person walked by and was like, "You don't look good," and she got into it, and I was in surgery within the next 2 hours. That's how bad it was, and they just weren't taking me seriously. In St. Joseph's, when I was septic, I went by ambulance 3 different times in 2 days, and they kept putting me back out on the street, even though I had a shelter bed. I went through several detox programs, frequently staying only briefly because I urgently needed a safe place to sleep and eat. I would often say that I would forget to human, so I would go days without sleeping, days without eating, days without drinking, because to keep myself safe on the streets, I had to use meth to stay awake. I was beaten and raped a lot when I would fall asleep. There were many relapses until eventually a breakthrough came to me through Creator. I had reached 95 pounds due to all of these struggles. I am forever grateful that the Ontario Native Women's Association funded my 90-day private treatment, providing me with the focused care and desperate trauma counseling that I needed. Today, most of my physical and mental health challenges are in remission, and I am thriving in school. Thank you.
For me, my health started really declining during the time I lived in that apartment in Toronto. Especially my mental health, I was very depressed, and I would get sick easily, and I started self-harming at the age of 11, and I still struggle with it to this day, but I am 3 weeks clean, so. And at my biggest weight gain, I was 356 pounds last year, and that really opened my eyes because I had a binge eating disorder as a way to comfort of all the things that happened to me. I was raped at a young age, and I was molested while living on reserve. And no one believed me except for my own family. The police were no help. And I suppressed those things until I knew I was safe. And that's when I was in North Bay, and that's when I started working on myself when I moved out here, and now I'm 276 pounds, and I haven't been under 300 pounds in about 4 years, and I'm proud of that. Now I have all this excess skin, which is lovely, but you know, and now my siblings are going through it. I see them losing weight. My mom has lost lots of weight. For people who knew her when she was younger, she was big, and now she's smaller than me. I believe she's like 230, maybe even under that. But I am proud of her, of the woman she's becoming. She's, in my eyes, she's a young elder. She's very gifted, and I'm glad that she's able to support my gifts that my family and I have. And yeah, and my sister especially, she's starting to find her way because she's 13. She's very confused right now. She's in that stage where she thinks there's nothing but drugs and alcohol and abuse in this world. And I want to show her that her big sister is navigating through this scary world, and it's all because of her mom, our mom, that we share. And I want to be able to have children and show them that we're still here. We may have all these labels that we have, like ex-addicts or diabetes, obesity, or just drunks or big Indians, but we're not that. And I want my sister to feel proud of who she is, because I was in her spot as well. I wanted to be white. I wanted to blend in. I wanted to fit in with the Greek kids because I grew up in Danforth area. That's Greektown. And I did everything in my power to blend in, but now I want to stand out. I want my presence to be known. That's why I have all these piercings, all these tattoos at this age, because I know there's youth out there that want to express the way I do, but they're scared. I want to be the first stepping stone that youth see, that feel like me, that have gone through my story, even adults that have felt like this, that wanted that piercing, that wanted that tattoo that they regret not getting. And you only live once, so I want to experience it. And yes, I know it'll leave scars. Everything scars, but that's the whole point of healing. And those scars can be beautiful, subtle reminders of what you've gone through and what you've learned over the years. Everyone has scars, visible and invisible. So, and miigwech for listening. And,
Quick little smudge break there. In terms of health, I think a lot of our physical healths, they take a good hit, and so does our spiritual health at times. I didn't have this girl. She gifted to me when I was 15. I didn't know what to do with it. I had this whole eagle, tip to tip, head to toe, 2 talons, scary looking thing, 6 feet long. It's like, holy cow. And this is what kind of kickstarted my going to ceremony, in that I got this eagle. I'd just finished my berry fast. First one to do with my berry fast in my family, and I don't know how many generations, so that was real fun. Did a whole ceremony in community, and that was beautiful. But through my poor health and my poor mental health, and that, I found ceremony, and that's really what kept me here, was going to ceremony and finding community and having aunties. Well, my parents might not have always been in the right place, or might not have always had things to say to me that, brought me comfort. But I always had ceremony, always go to my grandma's, my aunties, and find home there. And so with Jennifer, I didn't know how to taxidermy an eagle or a bird or how to tan hides or none of that. And so I sat there on Google in my backyard, 13th page of Google, looking at powwow forums from 2007, like before I could even form my own thoughts, and was learning from uncles that are probably passed on now, sitting there on figuring out how to taxidermy this thing. And through that, I started hide tanning. And that's where my worlds, they kind of just came together. I couldn't hide tan without being physically well. And so I started learning about proteins, and I started learning about having a healthy diet so that I could continue working. And so I processed my grief by tanning hides, by physically moving that grief through me, and by drinking water and taking care of my body. I just went into it, went into feeling, reminded myself of my body and how to exist as an Anishinaabe Kwe. And just always looked at every part of it. I guess that's all I have to share about that.
That's okay.
Some of you, whoa, tone it down a bit. Yeah, big thunder.
Oh, don't blame me.
Some of you have prepared answers for this, and I just want to put a little different twist to this. If you have a prepared answer, it's okay. Go ahead and use it, okay? But there's a couple of parts to this question here. What have been the main barriers in accessing health, wellness supports during your experience? And I think some of you have always talked about that, and that's good. Nothing wrong with that. But if you have a prepared answer, then feel free to do that. Or if you want to add more to it, good. But more importantly, I think what this gentleman said here is this, that if you have not been there and gone through this lived experience, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Okay? Now, all of these people here, panelists, probably very few of them have lived this experience. So, I'm going to kind of change this around a bit. What would you tell these people on how they would counsel and support a person who went through your experience? Because they want to know, I'm sure, because they have not lived this experience. And they probably want to hear from you. You know, what's your advice on them? You run into a person that's homeless, on the streets, whatever. What would you do? How would you do that? What's the advice that you would give these wonderful caregivers that are here right now? We're going to do this popcorn style. Whoever wants to start.
I'm gonna be blunt about this. Get your fucking heads out of your ass, because nobody is better than anybody else. Every one of us that have sat up here, we have our own stories that we share. And every person that lives on the streets has a story, has gone through something. And when you think that you're higher and above them, you're actually below them, because you're arrogant, you're inconsiderate, you're very, very not in tune with yourself. Because when we make judgment on somebody else, you're very sick still. Because in our ways, we never judged anybody. We were always there to support. Today, when I walk around, I see somebody sitting down, I won't give money, because I know what I did with money back then. So I offer them. I say, do you want something to eat? Don't judge them. Say, okay. Because a lot of times that's what happens to somebody that's on the street. They're always judged. They always say, oh, you're nothing. You're nobody. You're a piece of shit. So stop. Talk to them. Say hi. How's your day? Because we never heard that. We don't hear that on a regular basis. Normal conversations. So me, I'm always straightforward. I've been doing this, doing speaking and stuff for over 20 years. I really got into it when I got back. Got asked to start doing these speaking things at schools, different things like that. And I'm always blunt about that. Get your head out of your ass, because nobody is better than anybody else.
Rachel, you have a prepared statement there. Feel free to use it.
Okay, so I'm gonna say lead with love. There's not enough love in this world. You can't give somebody what you yourself don't have. So instead of focusing on who you can help, you need to help yourselves. You need to heal yourselves. You need to break those generational curses if you expect to help other people in your community. With the judgment thing, that is huge. There was one time when I was walking down the street and I looked all nice like this. I relapsed, and by that Monday, people didn't even notice me and see me anymore. They walked by me, and feed them. You know they're hungry. Is it really gonna hurt you to give them a smoke? Is it really gonna hurt you to stop and have a conversation with them? People don't treat them like humans out there. There were so many times where I didn't resemble a human and I was treated that way. Just lead with love. Don't judge. That's about it for me.
I would say be patient and be humble. Don't compare your story to the others that you meet, because you may think that your story is hard or harder than theirs, but this is the hardest thing that we've been through or are going through at the moment. And I'm gonna echo what they say, give love, and don't judge, because when I tell people I'm in a transitional home, they don't think it. They're like, what? You don't look homeless. You don't act like it. Just because I don't act like it doesn't mean I'm stable. Everyone wears a mask that they wear to hide that part of themselves. And sometimes that mask breaks, and when it does break, support that person, because they're sharing that part of themselves with you and they trust you enough to show that raw emotion. And if you break that trust, you'll never earn it back. Once it's gone, it's gone. And they'll never see you the same. Learn that emotional intelligence that everyone in this room needs to learn. And you may think that you've learned it, but it's still a learning thing that everyone needs. It's a habit. Watch your tone. Watch your facial expressions, because everyone reads everything differently. You may think you're being nice. Some people may think you're being a bitch. Some people may think you're telling them to fuck off. Some people might think you're doing the sweetest thing in the world. So just watch yourself and learn, because you're learning both just as much from each other. Miigwech.
Freedom.
I personally don't have anything to add. I believe my peers here have perfectly encapsulated how to treat a human. Just treat them like a human. Be kind. Show them respect. So.
Thank you so much for your answers, panelists. We're going to get moving on to the next question here. And the next question is, What have been the main barriers in accessing health and wellness supports during your experience as a First Nations person experiencing houselessness? What advice do you offer to someone currently struggling with housing and health challenges?
Oh, went through that one.
Oh,
Yeah, the
Okay.
last one.
the
The
last
short one.
question, my
Yeah,
apologies,
just say,
my
just say,
apologies.
can you say that again, please?
The next question is, what does home mean to you?
Myself, I didn't really know what home was because just dysfunction in my home when I grew up. I grew up in a blended family too. After my mom passed away, I had a stepmom that stepped in, and it was tough because I was angry because I had other people living in my house that were supposedly for us as a family. But now, when I look at home, it's wherever my hat hangs, to wherever I feel confident that I'm safe. And I think a lot of us that come from the streets and that have been underhoused, I still remember the first apartment I got when I moved into my place. I slept on the balcony for almost 4 months before I actually slept inside, because that's how comfortable I was with living on the streets. That living in them four walls was hard for me because it reminded me of being in jail. It reminded me of being stuck in a place. So I had a balcony, so I slept on that balcony. And it took me time. And it took me time to gain the confidence. Now I live in Parkdale. I got a nice one-bedroom apartment, full top floor of a house. That's still not home. Home is where I feel comfortable. I travel. I'm on the road a lot. Home is where I call Toronto home now. Mississauga, the Credit Six Nations, it's where I'm from. So as the Anishinaabe people, and when we travel, that's the way we look at it, is home is where we are confident and where we feel welcome. That's a big thing, because my reserve is there's still so much conflict and so much animosity, even with our chief and council. My father sat on chief and council for many, many years. And there's a whole difference now down there in chief and council. I don't even want to be involved in politics. My cousin Stacey LaForme, he was here yesterday. He was the chief for many years. Now it's just it's scary. It's like whatever. So the last time I was home was actually back on res was at Christmas time. I went home and spent 5 days there, and then came back to the city.
Home represents safety, stability, and comfort. Growing up, I experienced the challenge of being split between two homes, which made this concept very tricky for me for my whole life. For now, home is the safe haven I've created for myself, a place where I finally feel safe and secure. I recently moved into my own apartment, which I already told you, sorry. And I absolutely love it. More than just a shelter, home signifies love. I hope that one day it will be a space where my son and I reconnect and grow together, creating new memories in an environment filled with warmth and care.
For me, home is somewhere where you feel safe and somewhere where you don't get triggered, or somewhere you know you're loved. Like my grandparents' home, I've never had to experience police activity there. I've never heard yelling in that house. I was always fed in that house. I was always cared for. I always got good sleep there. And home is the memories that we share and hold in our hearts and our spirits. We share little bits of home in us everywhere we go. In our teachings, the way we talk. Not just in our last names either, but just the way we are as a whole. And home can be a person, it can be a place or a thing. But home to me is where my spirit feels at ease, where I know I can relax and breathe properly. Miigwech.
Oh, she's working. Um, Home to me right now is my sister, my cat, and Jennifer. My car. Yeah, my car is my home. I've been on the road a lot lately. I was walking down the road here from the Sheraton, and I was like, oh, I have to go home. The Sheraton was my home this week. But I think I am home. Me, myself, in my body here, home. Can agree with what my peers have said. And home is connection. And it would just be echoing exactly what they said. And so I have nothing else to add. Chimigwech for listening.
There's a phrase I wanted to share with you, and hopefully you feel the same way as I do. My cup overflows. My cup overflows. Listening to these people. I am filled, and it overflows. And there's also another phrase that goes, I drink from my saucer. Because my cup overflows, it goes into my saucer, and I drink from my saucer. Another round of applause to these people. Now, before we leave here, we got some time. We got lots of time. Before we leave here, Q&A, questions and answers for folks in the crowd. And you know what? Not only question and answers, but some feedback. I think, they would really appreciate hearing what you have to say on what they heard. Now, we're not going to be able to get everyone, but we'll cover a bit of ground here, and then when we we just kind of gauge our timing, but they're going to be around. And, if you see them, just continue giving that feedback. Q&A time. Who wants to go first? Raise your hand. Ooh. Q&A time, comments.
Good morning, guys. I just wanted to thank you guys for sharing your story. I know it's not easy all the time. It can bring up many emotions. I was homeless for a short period of time, and I understand the struggle with yourself and the shame and the guilt. But you're here now, and you're among your people. I just wanted to say that we appreciate you guys for sharing with us so deeply, so honestly. And I just wanted to say one thing that I never understood for the longest time was one day at a time. For the longest time, I did not want to hear it. I did not want to understand it. And when it comes to addiction, it makes so much sense to me now. And if you guys need to live 1 second at a time, 1 minute at a time, if that's what you need, I highly suggest you do it. When you're on that road of recovery, it's not easy, and I know it. And again, Chimigwech, aho.
Any other questions or comments?
Good morning. I just want to say that Rachel up there is my great niece. And Rachel, I'm so very proud of you and how far you've come. And I want to say to all of you, congratulations on everything you're doing. That is so, so good. I'm glad that the supports are out there for you. I have a son who is struggling with opioids and stuff right now. It's very hard as a mother. So I wish that I could get you two to talk, or he could be here to hear this and see some success stories. And as a mother, it's very, very hard to give all that support. I find it very, very hard. I struggle, but I try my best. And I just keep praying, and I pray for all of you, everybody out there that's going through this. And congratulations again.
Chief Don Miracle from the Mohawks, the Bay of Quinte. First of all, I would like to say thank you for sharing your stories, for your honesty, your bravery, and your courage. To share your pain that you've suffered throughout life, and I commend you on your strength as well for having the knowledge to choose a better path of life and have a better life, and to recover from the addictions and things that were dragging you down. We had a tragedy from a homeless person in my community, and his mother actually was one of our first people who became a nurse. She was the head nurse at the Napanee Hospital, Lee Green, and her son, Jason Scott, was a marine mechanic. And when he was in his late 20s, he suffered a back injury, and the doctor put him on OxyContin. And it started to create an addiction issue that led to mental health and homelessness in the end. His mother had cancer, and she died on January the 26th, and the sister was trying to find her brother. And the only thing she could resort to was Facebook, because nobody knew where he was. And so the social worker at the Kingston General Hospital phoned her to let her know that he was there in a coma in intensive care, that he had been found dying of hypothermia in a snowbank. So the mother died on the 26th of January, and Jason died on the 4th of February. So there's a double funeral just this past couple of weeks for them both. But how do families find their homeless relatives? They disappear, nobody knows where they are to help them. They do worry about them. And with some of the homeless people that have come to my attention, they're usually in their 20s and 30s. They have relatives on the reserve, and I've called them to ask them, would they take them in and house them at least for the winter, out of the cold. And a lot of them said they wouldn't because they steal from them. And that's, so what would be your advice? How do we find out, first of all, where the homeless relatives are? And other than through Facebook and hoping that they'll get back to somebody.
Myself, because I've been doing this work over 20 years, working in the homeless community down here in Toronto. We have a lot of agencies that are here, like in different cities, that a lot of us feel comfortable going to. And we build relationships with them agencies. And myself, like I said, I use YouthLink Inner Cities. And my dad actually called there a couple times and looked for me because he hadn't heard from me. And hadn't heard from me for about a month and a half, almost 2 months. And he called all the jails and stuff like that. But I wasn't in jail, I wasn't in the hospital, so he called the agency because I talked to him. I told him a lot of times we tell some of our loved ones where we hang out in areas that we're in. But like we were talking, coming down and showing compassion to the people on the streets. Because one of the things we know is people is when we're living down here, we're family. I got brothers and sisters that are still living on the streets that I go out and look for all the time, and I can go to different areas, just ask. So I think one of the big things is, yes, putting it out in social media, because a lot of us, like even though we're homeless, we got phones. We're not that far out of touch. We still got phones. We still keep in contact with stuff. But coming to the areas and making an attempt to show. My partner here, when it was, she was just sitting here, and hearing from families is sometimes more energetic for us to make a change and reach out. So when you ask about find the resources that are in the cities that you believe your family's in. Because me, I traveled. I went from the East Coast to the West Coast, so my dad never knew where I was half the time. I'd be in Vancouver, I'd be in Winnipeg, I'd be all over the place. So most homeless people are nomadic. So, but just making a connection somewhere and building relationships with some of the community that's on the streets. And that's why it's very important to be humble with the ones that are living there, because if you show that humbleness and they know that person, they'll actually reach out to that person and contact them and say, look, your dad was down here looking for you. Give them a call. They're worried about you. So.
And the second question would be the homeless people. How many of these young people have been in care with Children's Aid that are now homeless in the streets? Do you have any knowledge of that?
I can speak a little bit of what I know. We populate about 4% of Canada. And we populate, of all institutions across Canada, over 60%. That's jails, like Children's Aid, mental hospitals. So it's a very high number that has stemmed from, I do a lot of work here in Toronto with Native Child Family Services. And a lot of them kids, it's so hard. So there's a very high number of the homeless that are involved or have been involved with Children's Aid.
We have another question, comment over here.
Thank you for sharing. A lot of you guys mentioned resources that were very valuable to you guys, whether it's Native women's housing or different resources. But I'm just wondering, from your perspective, we have a lot of homeless or very vulnerably housed patients that do come to our clinic, and what would you recommend? Where should we refer? Where should we look for building relationships within our clinic? And that's in the Thunder Bay region.
I don't have much information for the men's side, but I know Thunder Bay also has ONWA, the Ontario Native Women's Association. And I know if you're female looking for treatment, or if you're in a domestic violence situation, anything like that, they provide support. They will provide treatment. They provided people with housing after the treatment. ONWA was really a lifesaver for me, and I hand their number out like candy to everybody else. So I would highly suggest reaching out to ONWA if it's a woman. I can't help you if it's a man, sorry.
Any other questions or comments?
I'm about to ask you a really hard math problem. Yeah. I just wanted to comment and say thank you for making your way here and sharing your experience. It's not easy sharing those experiences and using your voice. And I just want to say I'm real proud of you. Thank you. Rich.
Hey, good there. Good back. Anyone else? You were just going to put you behind you, change your mind? Go ahead. There we go. There we go.
Hi, Rachel. I just want to let you know I'm so proud of you. I've known Rachel since we've been 14 years old. I've seen her go through many challenges in life, and I just want you to know I'm beyond proud of you.
There you go. Thank you. Anyone from this side? A comment or a question? That side over there? This side over here? Anyone? 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 See a movie? Do you ever see that movie? Anyone? Anyone? The teacher in that movie? There you go.
I just want to say as well how very, very proud and honored I am to be in your presence. I don't know what you've been through, but I have watched my family members be where you are, and I do know what it's like walking the streets looking for them and the fear. As Anishinaabe Kwe, I want to say how honored again that I am, and you're ambassadors. You've now become ambassadors for our people, for our community, and for the country. And I want to applaud you for taking the initiative to sit up there and share your very personal story with us because it is a very personal story. And I know that it's not easy to share that. And so I'm just so very proud to sit and listen. And in my community, I always, in my role, I always tell the people that, like yourself, who have walked this journey, that when you're walking up the road, or when the people in the community see you, the young ones that are watching, they say, I want to be just like you. And I used to always say, and I still say to the young men who were in the drum group and the young fancy dancers and jingle dress dancers, we just had a huge powwow in our area in Batchewana First Nation. And I said to them, when those little ones are watching you go around the circle, when they're watching you walk up the road, they're saying, I want to be just like them. So you remember when you walk that walk, it's, you know, the teaching of the eagle feather. And it's just, it's, you know, you can stay on that straight path and you can come back, but it's watching and listening to your stories. You've all come back and you're back on the road. So miigwech for coming back, miigwech for staying there, and miigwech for becoming ambassadors for our people.
And I think we'll kind of just end it right there. But before we let these people go, can I have my what do they call you again? That's what they used to say.
Leave me alone.
It's been a long day, a long 3 days. There is a gentleman that I know, and never actually met him, but he's a Facebook friend. Facebook friend. And he hails from Oklahoma. And he's a very wise man. He's a very wise man. I know that because every morning when I get up, this gentleman from Oklahoma, he posts something. I don't know how he does it. I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, man, bang, he's there already. I said, this guy must have posted around 4. And he's in Oklahoma, like he's not in England or anything. Always wise. Stephen Charleston, Bishop Stephen Charleston of the Episcopal Church. He's Cherokee, very wise man. And it took me a while to try to get to be a friend because he had so many friends. And he posted one morning, something that describes this moment that we have right now. It has to do with time. How do we spend our time? We spend our time every day, and we try to assess that time that we've spent. And he uses currency or money to measure how time has been spent. So he posts presence. Presence is the currency of time. Presence is the currency of time. This is what these folks are talking about. Presence. That's the currency of time. It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Let's give our panelists another big round of applause. You can go now.
Or not.
Oh, so much. John?
I hope I see you again.
Ooh. Douglas. Kara. Awesome. John? Awesome, man. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We're not done yet. We're not over it. Not. Yeah. What did you? Right here. Come here. Come here. Okay. Don't go anywhere. We're not done yet. Don't go anywhere. Please. Don't go anywhere. This morning, I asked a couple of people. Come on up. You won the game yesterday, right? Well, we have a little something for you. The prize. It's a red rose. Give a round of applause to our winner here. Now, this morning, I'm an early riser, very early riser. And I went downstairs this morning at 25 to 6 to grab a cup of coffee. The place doesn't open until 6 o'clock. I was just I said, oh, shit. Anyhow, I sat there, and when the coffee thing opened, I was beat to be first. Claire Henson, who I don't know from a hole in the ground, she beat me there. Claire, raise your hand. There she is. Give her a round of applause. She says to me, can I buy you a coffee? Oh, man, what a way to start a morning. Somebody offers to buy a coffee. And I come here this morning, and the drum is being set up. The drumming's being set up. And Brian Henson, one of the drum guys, he says, come here. Come here. So I go see him. He says, I want to give you something. This is what he gives me. This here. Right here. That's what he gives me. And I said to myself, Brian, these things are not cheap. My father always said, if you're going to give something away, give something that you truly value and give it away. It's an act of kindness. Yesterday was Be Kind Day or something, whatever it's called. Pink Shirt Day. I'm a little behind schedule here. But nevertheless, we want to do this. We want to do this little exercise. And we want you to sit where you are because we're going to come around and we're going to give flowers away. And the person that's going to get these flowers will be people that we don't even know. We don't know who these people are. So we're just going to go be patient with us, and we're going to come back up here, okay? We're going to give some flowers away here. The yellow rose of Texas for you, a symbol of kindness. A symbol of kindness for you. Just hang on. Just don't move. Don't move. Here, a symbol of kindness for you. Don't move. Here, a symbol of kindness for you. There you go. And one for you. Now, those of you who received this rose is a symbol of kindness. And that's what I said. Receive this as a symbol of kindness. It's not kindness, it's a symbol of kindness. It's an act of kindness. So those of you who received those roses, you are being challenged to pass that symbol of kindness to somebody else today, this morning. And if you have been passed that rose to you, you receive it as a symbol of kindness. Hang on to it, cherish it. Then you're done with it. You don't want to hoard it. You want to give it away to somebody else as well. So that flower is going to go from person to person to person. That lovely rose, that lovely symbol of kindness all day this morning. So enjoy your break, and coffee is ready for you, and tea and all the rest of it. Okay? 10:45, workshop start. Have a fine morning. We'll see you this afternoon.
Was it some kind of magic or an animal thing that will keep you in an establishment way past closing? I just need some distance so I can understand this. Let's not talk until I meet you next. Look at your shoulder, avoid it. You're on your long journey. It's rejection to the ways. Told me where the year was turning. You just wake up and say the things you must say to yourself. I gotta go home, I've got good work to do. Gotta go home, I've got good work to do. Gonna look at you, decide there's good work to do. Good work to do. Looking at I got big plans. I'm gonna build a big dam. I'm gonna plant cinnamon trees, build them with both of my hands. So sweet, you can't escape me. I'm gonna part the ocean with one big blow of breath. I will make you indispensable. How can you not know that I'm afraid of denying you that happiness? I gotta go home, I've got good work to do. I gotta go home, I've got good work to do. Gonna look at you, decide there's good work to do. Good work to do. Looking at you. Looking at you. He said I'm fabulously rich. Come on, let's go. She kinda bit her lip. Geez, I don't know, but I can guarantee there'll be no knock on the door. I'm a total pro. That's what I'm here for. I come from downtown.
sometime in the spring, with just a knapsack and a 6 string. I'd made this deal, I was barely 17, armed with delusions of a dream. Each time for days, all along the northwest, with no knowledge in my chest of ways and means and schemes. By the time I hit Seattle, I arrived by train. It was called the Empire Builder. I don't know how it got its name. Not even old enough to drink, but I always found a way. Often stumbling out onto the street, moon shining on my back, singing la da 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 In a few more years, I will try again. This time with my friends who shared much of the same sense of wonder or desire for fame. As the white lines hurtled past the asphalt, how quickly that would change. He headed out on the 401, feeling no pain, until one day somehow that would all turn to shame. So much was in us at the time, it helped me to close my mind and try not to think at all as we braced for the fall. La la all the good that was promised to life was taken so easily. Turned out reality wasn't cracked up to be what it was meant to be. When in doubt, I look back to when I was 17, and all those miles and miles and miles that I've seen. Each inch of pavement has a story to tell. Some I can't recall, others I remember all too well. La da slow down, can't sit still. Can I get some peace of mind? You can't slow down, can't sit still. Can I get some peace of mind? The only way we ever made a change was to be brave and unrestrained, leading with our hearts, not with our brains. Fear will be our courage now, hope will be our strength. Can't slow down, can't Hey-yo, hey, hey, oh, hey-yo, hey, hey, oh, hey-yo, hey-yo, remember me, when the sun comes up in the morning sky, there I will be, soaring with the eagle so high, feeling free. Remember me, down the road, hand in hand, you and me. Hey-oh, hey-oh, hey-oh. Hey-lo, hey, hey, hey-oh, 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 hey, hey-oh, 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 remember me, when the sun comes up in the morning sky, there I will be, soaring with the eagle so high, feeling free. Remember me, down the road, hand in hand, you and me. Hey-oh, hey-oh, hey-oh. Hey-oh, hey, hey, hey-oh, 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 hey, hey-oh, hey-oh, remember me, when the sun comes up in the morning sky, there I will be, soaring with the eagle so high, feeling free. Remember me, down the road, hand in hand, you and me. Hey-oh, hey-oh, hey-oh. Hey-oh, hey, hey, hey-oh, 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 hey, hey-oh, 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 remember me, when the sun comes up in the morning sky, there I will be, soaring with the eagle so high, feeling free. Remember me, down the road, hand in hand, you and me. Hey-oh, hey-oh, hey-oh.
Is it alright for you to feel this way? Put your head in my lap, the world will go away. We can go there, we can go anywhere. We can go there. But is it alright? Is it alright? Is it alright to hold you through the
I'm out of the gate and I'm feeling it out. I'm out of the gate and I'm feeling the sound. I'm out of the gate and I know what's about. I'm out of the gate and I'm doing it loud. I'm alright and right. No one can take my life. I'ma fight and fight. No one can take my light. I'm ready to take flight. That was in the plan. Damn was damn. My words catch fire and my connect wires. It requires to inspire to the smallest, to the oldest, who mold us. Ancestors' prayers upstairs that will heal and repair. No one can compare. They stare and they stare. I'm aware, head up, no glare. I'm in the light. I'm in the fight. I'm in the sight. I'm out of the gate and I'm feeling it out. I'm out of the gate and I'm making a sound. I'm out of the gate and I know what it's about. I'm out of the gate and I'm doing it loud. I'm out of the gate and I'm feeling it out. I'm out of the gate and I'm making a sound. I'm out of the gate and I know what it's about. I'm out of the gate and I'm doing it loud. I'ma speak and speak to my highest peak. I'ma seek and seek till it becomes a technique. Failure of police, how they treat my niece. No one day you'll be a period piece. How they treat our deceased. No such thing as justice of the peace. Canada lies and lies. Ask can who's. There is no excuse for hate and abuse. I know it's tough. I know it's rough. We are still here. She is still here. He is still here. This is our time to rise. Time gate and I'm making a sound. I'm out of the gate and I know what it's about. I'm out of the gate and I'm doing it loud. I'm out of the gate and I'm feeling it out. I'm out of the gate and I'm making a sound. I'm out of the gate and I know what it's about. I'm out of the gate and I'm doing it loud. Now I see reality. Unmask the truth, the killing of youth, and making native cartoons to get away with abuse. They blame us in the news. Well, they excuse the accused. Excuse after excuse. Not guilty verdicts, I'm confused. In the hands of white jurors, all smoke and mirrors. RCM hating, sloppy investigating, hating on these natives. Canada thighs and knives, reconciliation snakes in disguise. While they take indigenous lives, genocide in slow-mo. I see you, Justin Trudeau. White paper 2.0. When the tension is high, relatives with the signs. Women warrior front lines. This is our time. When the tension is high, relatives with the signs. Women warrior front lines. This is our time. Got me bringing up the heat from the east. That's deep. Wake up if you sleep. Wearing marks on my feet like cousin. Did you eat? Corn, beans, and squash, but don't forget none. From the father and the mom, born a daughter and a son. Two spirits out of one. We evolved, you just begun like scolding. Get some. I'm a Haudenosaunee queer that was raised as a deer. Had a drink in 7 years. Now I'm living in the clear. Put that pain in the rear. Front lines without fear. Yeah, I got a squad. It's a whole confederacy. Yeah, we got peace. It's an everlasting tree. the tension is high. Relatives with the signs. Women warrior front lines. This is our time. When the tension is high. Relatives with the signs. Women warrior front lines. This is our time.
Do you want to drive in Kokum's Cadillac? Do you want to ride in Kokum's Cadillac? She came a long way from the Red River cart. The horse and the buggy with their Indian heart. Kokum's Cadillac. Hey, ah, hey, Kokum's Cadillac. Hey, ah, hey. Do you want to drive in Kokum's Cadillac? Do you want to ride in Kokum's Cadillac? Geronimo asks her, hey, where'd you get those wheels? Big Bed's in the back, trying to grab the wheel. Kokum's Cadillac, hey, ah, hey. Kokum's Cadillac, hey, ah, hey. Kokum's Cadillac. Kokum's Cadillac, hey, ah, hey. Kokum's Cadillac, hey, ah, hey. Do you want to drive Kokum's Cadillac? Do you want to ride in Kokum's Cadillac? She came a long way from old chap Lonesome Prairie with mush on his oxen and his bottle of tea. Kokum's Cadillac, hey, ah, hey. Kokum's Cadillac, hey, ah, hey. Kokum's Cadillac. Kokum's Cadillac, hey, ah, hey. Kokum's Cadillac, hey, ah, hey. Kokum's Cadillac. Poor old Kokum thinks her Pontiac's a Cadillac.
Look for you in the constellations. Whoa, your flesh and
In every nation, in every clan, the elders to a person understood a sacred plan and shared a common truth, one truth to understand. The spirit of the people is equal to the power of the land. The mother of us all, the sacred Mother Earth, is constant in her giving and perpetual in her birth. In meadows and in fields, where weeds and flowers grow, she conceives the summer showers and spawns the winter snows.
In forests and in mountains, she gives the birds that fly every type of wing, and coaxes the wind to join in harmony when they begin to sing. In brooks and streams, and rivers as they flow, she generates the dreams and makes the fires glow. And in every creature, whether large or small, she buries gems of wisdom in them all.
And in every grain of sand, she plants the knowledge of the power of the land. And in every blade of grass, the earth has answers to every question asked. And those that honor her creations, acknowledge her grand design. She gives templates of the sacred, the patterns of the divine, and then with certain knowledge, this to understand that the spirit of the people is equal to the power of the land.
In forests and in mountains, she gives the birds that fly every type of wing, and coaxes the wind to join in harmony when they begin to sing. In brooks and streams, and rivers as they flow, she generates the dreams and makes the fires glow. And in every creature, whether large or small, she buries gems of wisdom in them all.
And dig up my bones, carry my body whole, and I'll buy back my soul with the gold that I mold. 'Cause I'll be the dead man, just walking away, just walking away. 'Cause I'll be the dead man, just walking away, just walking away. And give me back my love.
I keep your photograph to this day, wishing and hoping that you're okay. And I'm missing you now.
Light on just in case, hoping that door swings and I see your face, and I'll leave What have you seen in your short long life? Where did your tiny feet roam? All the things you have done on top of being a wife, a mother, a daughter, a home. What have you seen in your short long life? What has your heart overcome? The traditional ways that are hidden away can be revived by the beat of a drum. What have you seen in your short long life? What did those tiny hands do? Stretching, scraping, fixing and making, blending the skins that our souls fit within. Stitching, nothing can undo. What did those tiny hands do? What have you seen in your short, long life? What has your heart overcome? The traditional ways that are hidden away can be revived by the beat of a drum. What have you seen in your short, long life? A witness to so many wrongs. Relocation, damnation, and misinformation. Summation, our nation still strong. What have you heard in your short, long life? When did they
silence your voice. The stories they spun made you swallow your tongue, made you feel like it was your choice.
What have you seen in your short, long life? What has your heart overcome? The traditional ways that are hidden away can be revived by the beat of a drum.
Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, yeah. Get your girl and get your corn, get your cake up. Yeah, just riding with the boy, I'm on my way up. I'm feeling young, feeling free, I'm feeling dangerous. It's for the haters, for all the brave ones. We just doing our thing, can you blame us? We on fire, let's show 'em what the flame does. It's a fire, yeah, we on a new wave, son. It's a celebration, so can I get a little bit of what you're sipping? I can't party up and then I'm dipping. Cause tomorrow's another day to get rich and I'm gone, yeah. Yeah, just take it to the moon, we bout to lift off. Yeah, we making real moves for that big pot. Yeah, this is what we do, is for that hip hop. Just put it on the gram or the TikTok. Looking tip top, play it like a big boss. For all the queens that's just trying to get their drink on. For all the kings out there just trying to live long. If you got love, you can never think wrong. It's what I wish, yeah. So can I get a little bit of what you're sipping? Trying to be the one that make a difference. Cause tomorrow's another day to get rich and I'm gone. For you.
You're flexible in all your power. You got all the sunlight in the air that you need. They tried to bury us, but they didn't know we were seeds. Now here you stand hour after hour, strong as an oak, tall as a tower. The storm keeps raging, but you never pay no heed. They tried to bury us, but they didn't know we were seeds. Somehow, everything eventually dreams. Someday, somehow, everyone eventually dreams. Someday. Now see you shining strong and clear. No one can stop a good idea. Nobody like you. There's nobody like you. I was a flower, I was an oak. I was provoked, and when I awoke, I started grazing. They tried to bury us, but they didn't know we were seeds. Somehow, everything eventually dreams. Someday, somehow, everyone eventually dreams. Someday, they knocked you down, erased your name. You stood your ground and wouldn't change. You found your place now, standing alongside the trees. They tried to bury us, but they didn't know we were seeds. You are a star and you are hope. Smoke signals in the air evoke from the darkest depths that our hearts can be freed. They tried to bury us, but they didn't know we were seeds. They tried to bury us, but they didn't know we were seeds. Somehow, everything eventually dreams. Someday, somehow, everyone eventually dreams. Someday, somehow.
Hello, everybody. Hello. So I'm just gonna briefly interrupt your lunch a little bit. I know a lot of us here have been around the health policy realm for some of us for many, many years, and wouldn't be right to do this event without acknowledging that we are without one of our very own long-term COO employees. Lily Menominee worked with COO for over 20 years in the health policy along with various other organizations, always in health and always trying to help do her part in improving the lives of First Nations in Ontario. I met Lily as a youth rep about 15-ish years ago, and have worked with her over the years in a number of roles and capacities, and the last one being her supervisor at Chiefs of Ontario, which we always joke should have been the other way around with her many, many years of experience and her vast knowledge. So her previous health directors was also Tracy Antone and Carmen Jones, who unfortunately were unable to make it, but they did record some comments and some words that we wanted to share with everybody about Lily. So if we could have the video played, please.
My name is Carmen Jones. I'm the Director of Research and Data Management. Lily was one of my staff for 2 years when I was the health director. She was a very bubbly, and her personality, everybody could see when she was walking in. But when I first met Lily, I was working in the Government of Ontario at the Minister's Office, and Lily was one of the first new employees at Aboriginal Health in the Ontario government. She was working on the Aboriginal Health Strategy and the health policy for the Ministry of Health. This was a new area. Well, Lily also wanted in her years, when she started to work with the government, she wanted to be a doctor. But she changed her path in life, and she decided that she wanted to get into policy instead. So Lily and I connected because we were both singers. and I was in a band, and Lily was also in a band. And she said to me one time, I'd never go past 4th Street. I just love Toronto. So lo and behold, she meets Jason Batiste. What happened? She moved out of Toronto and went to Timmins and made her life in Northern Ontario. And, you know, that was really something I never expected of Lily. Lily, when I worked with her, she was very big on developing relationships. She also was very good at making recommendations to the leadership. Could see her in the chief's meetings, running back and forth when we were doing resolutions and helping the chair. I'm going to miss Lily. I'm going to miss her, you know, bubbly personality, her smiling face, and you know, the work that she did for the Chiefs of Ontario. I will really miss her, and I, you know, send my regards to her family.
Good afternoon. I'm Tracy Anselm. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Chiefs of Ontario. I was formerly the Director of Health, and I was the one that hired Lily to come on to the Chiefs of Ontario. Lily worked for us for 22 years in the health area, and she brought so much perspective to everything she did. She was, as Carmen mentioned, a very bubbly person. Everyone was drawn to her. And she made a lot of friends in the Chiefs of Ontario and government folks, which really helped because she could get her point across to the government folks about the needs of First Nations people, but also be friends with them after the meeting was over. She was a one-of-a-kind individual, but I think I loved most about her was how she was drawn to her family. Every year we would look forward to Halloween. Lily would come to the office and show us pictures of all of her jack-o'-lanterns that her boys would carve, and they were beautiful. So every year we would ask her about which jack-o'-lantern is it this year. And at Christmas time, she was so generous. She loved to cook, and every year she brought us peppermint bark for all the staff, and we always appreciated her and her kind gestures to everyone. And yes, she is someone that I will miss, and I really hope that she's found her place with the Creator, and that I give my regards to her family for letting them have Lily for the time we did. So again, Yanko.
So those were words from two of Lily's long-term standing supervisors at the Chiefs of Ontario. Like I said, I met her when I was a youth rep. Always considered her a mentor as I moved along through different roles with the Chiefs of Ontario. And even in my current role, I still used to reach out to her and get her guidance and perspective on items or issues, and just wanting to really get her perspective. Like, she always, as Tracy said, brought so much with it. So with that, we do have a little plaque that we are going to present to Barney Batiste, her father-in-law, on behalf of the family, or to the family on behalf of COO. I'm just going to pull it out and read it so everyone can hear. It says, Lily carried knowledge, wisdom, and a warm smile to the COO health team. Dedicating herself to improving health outcomes for First Nations people in Ontario for over 20 years. From digital health to health legislation, her work touched many lives. We deeply miss her laughter, her kindness, and her unwavering commitment. As Lily once said, what I hope and try to believe is that these associated programs are making things better for our communities, not more difficult. I suppose I like to believe that I was a part of something good. And without a doubt, she was. So thank you for sharing Lily with us, and Chi Miigwech Lily. So this is the plaque that we are presenting to the family from Chiefs of Ontario, just honoring the work that she did for, not only for the organization, but for First Nations people and communities throughout Ontario for well over 20 years service. And you know, she is deeply missed every day, and especially at our in-person staff meetings and the phone calls. She was very well known for her style. I miss seeing all the outfits she used to wear. She was a style icon that we would look up to. So I just wanted to share this with everybody and present this to Barney on behalf of Chiefs of Ontario Health Sector. Unfortunately, that is not the end of the little presentation. If we could go to the next slide, please. So we have also recently lost Ellie Antone from the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians. Her as well, she was very well known within the health policy realm. Again, somebody I met as a youth rep and worked with her for many years in various capacities. She was one of the first ones I met on the health coordination unit when I was brand new to policy and looking for any kind of guidance. She was there to offer, whether it was this is the people you want to talk to, or this is how we, looking at different perspectives and issues from other PTOs and really kind of bringing that variety and that warmth and the perspective to everything that she did. Unfortunately, Suzanne Nicholas, the Director of Health for AIAI, is unable to be here, but she did want me to share a little write-up that they had, and the collage was actually from AIAI's social media pages, some of the pictures that they have put together over for Ellie over the years. So Ellie was born with a passion for learning and a heart dedicated to service. She graduated from Western University in 2001 with a Bachelor of Science with an honors in genetics. She went on to become a research scientist at Albert Einstein College of Medicine, co-authoring a comprehensive analysis of the health and economic impacts of the hepatitis C virus in First Nations communities across Ontario. For 21 years, she worked as an HIV/AIDS educator for AIAI as their provincial territorial organization representative on the Ontario First Nations HIV/AIDS Education Circle. She collaborated with other PTOs and independent communities striving to improve health outcomes for Indigenous peoples. Her dedication extended beyond education as she played a vital role in youth development camps and the annual Elders Gathering, fostering growth and connection across generations. As well, she served a 2-year term on Chief and Council in her community. Beyond her professional achievements, Ellie excelled in golf, baseball, and hockey. She proudly played the alto saxophone as a member of Oneida's marching band for over 30 years and was a level 5 classical pianist. Her love for sports extended to her family as she found great joy in watching her children, Ronan and Reese, play hockey and baseball. She also loved to travel, creating cherished memories with her children and family. Through all life's journeys, she shared a deep and lasting love with Maddie Johnson, whom she met in 1998, but they started dating in 2002. Then in 2011 and 2013, they welcomed home their 2 beautiful children, Ronan and Reese. Ellie leaves behind a legacy of love, laughter, and dedication. She will be deeply missed by her family, friends, and all those lives that she touched. So I just wanted to thank you all for listening and just sharing that, the work that we do is really great and everything, but we do have to remember the people behind it. And when we suffer those losses, it's good to acknowledge them, as our elder told me. It's not just with words, it's with tears and choking up. So with that, I just want to thank you all, and just please keep the families of these 2 extremely accomplished ladies in your thoughts. Thank you.
We were given our languages. people, yet we are still here. Our languages are not lost, but simply resting, waiting to be reawakened.
We are human. We are people. We are human. We are people. We are human. We are people. Upigoso, we are human. We are people. 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 We are human.
A bridge between two people, a link between two hearts, a path into the future. I do was not the start. You met me on my path, you held me on my way. I love you now and always, and I'll remind you every day. I think you forget that I love you, just making sure you remember I do. I think you forget that I love you, just making sure.
We have some draws. Some draws. Listen for your name. You could be a winner. A winner. Over to the mic, people. Or if you don't have a mic there, over to the mic.
Bonjour, Ani. Right now, we're going to do the IFN Youth Working Group giveaway. If you don't have your tickets out, make sure you grab your tickets because you might be the winner. Okay, let's do this. So, I'd like to introduce myself again. My name is Eagle Blackbird. I'm from Wapo Island, Buketjong Territory. And somehow I ended up on the stage again. I was asked last minute to be a bingo caller. A giveaway caller. You know, I call it bingo caller because whenever I call this giveaway, you guys are going to be like, oh, I'm going to hear it in the room because that's how it is. But here, if you guys didn't already get your tickets, we have a MetaQuest. We have a beaded purse for you cookums and aunties out there. We got a Dyson fan. And we got a board of lottery tickets. So this giveaway is for the IFN Youth Working Group, and it's going to be supporting our programming and for our conferences, our gatherings, our meetings, and all the above. And I'd just like to say miigwech again for supporting us. And from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to say miigwech for supporting this giveaway, as well as supporting the panel discussion that we did earlier on day one, me and a few colleagues of mine on the IFN Youth Council. And we shared about the To All My Relatives campaign, and I'd like to say miigwech again for that. It truly shows how much impact we are hoping to make change within our communities, and I'd like to say miigwech for that. So with that, I don't want to take too much of your guys' lunch. You know, my favorite part about lunch was those fancy butters. You know, those fancy butters are really, really deadly. I've never seen that in my life before. But with that, let's get to this. We're gonna do the MetaQuest first, so make sure you get out your tickets. If you don't know what a MetaQuest is, it's like a virtual reality type stuff. You know, I've never seen it before, but let's do this. I'm gonna give it a good shake. You know, I'm gonna sit here for 2 hours before I call it. Just kidding. Let's see. If you didn't put your name on it, I'm gonna call the number. So we'll find out. I got one right here. We have.
No, Theron Solomon.
Theron, no?
Yeah, Theron Solomon.
We got Theron Solomon. Okay. I guess we gotta ship it.
Let's do that Dyson. I'm gonna wait for the first sauce. Dyson. Do the Dyson next.
The Dyson fan. So, next giveaway, we got our Dyson fan. Apparently, it's a real good fan. I guess it does the job. Never heard of it before. Mic's real low. So, our winner is Natasha. Is there only one Natasha?
Natasha SB.
Natasha SB. Do we have a Natasha SB?
Crew staff? Okay.
Crew staff. Wow. She's coming. Okay. Give it up for Natasha. Here she comes. Holy. Next up, we got our scratch ticket board. There's a lot of tickets in here, so hopefully you win. Okay, our winner for our scratch board tickets, or scratch ticket board, is Janice H, I think. Is that right? Janice H. Who is that? Do we redraw it or no? Do we redraw that or what? No? Okay. This is scratch board. We kept the best for last, the beaded purse. There's a lot in here too, so if you want to win a beaded purse, ask Curator, you know. Okay. Going once. Going twice. We have our winner right here in my hand. Tisha something.
Doesn't have a number. Maybe MCA? Mohawks Council of Akwesasne.
So we got Tisha from MCA. You know her? All our winners are not even here.
She won the
Eh.
purse.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I'd just like to say miigwech for you guys' support with the giveaway, and miigwech. Thank you.
He came to the front door, pointed a finger. Color me red, color me red. We worship the Savior, so why am I in danger? Color me red, color me red.
Is Michelle and Kochi in the house? Very good, very good. Our last presentation. Our very last presentation is on FASD and neurodivergence. I love that word because I just saw it a few days ago and I said, I'm going to have to say that word, man, neurodivergence. So they're going to come up and talk a bit about FASD and neurodivergence from Anishinaabe Nation. Please make welcome Kochi and Michelle.
Hello. Ani Buzu. I hope everyone has a nice full belly and you don't fall asleep because now we all want a nap. So I'm Michelle Irvine. I am the FASD program manager for the Anishinaabeg Nation. So we service the 39 First Nations for the Anishinaabeg Nation, providing training and supports around FASD and branching out now into other neurodivergence. So I've been working with the organization for almost 3 years, and I have one of the most amazing teams, and I'm going to pass the mic to one of my teammates here.
Ani Bojo Gajwanamak Dijnakas Makwadodem Oshkigamang Donjaba Nishnaba Kwandao. Good afternoon, everyone. I really appreciate the opportunity for us to be here today. My given name by my parents is Chochi. It's actually Apache. It means beautiful day. I come from Curve Lake First Nation, and I'm a proud mother of 2 little girls, 3 and 6, Melina and Piper. A proud auntie, daughter, mother, and friend. I've been with the Anishinaabeg Nation FASD program for, this is going to be 16 years, but this is actually my first coup event. So hopefully it's the start of something here and I get to gather with you all in the future. We have another team member that isn't present with us today from our Fort William Thunder Bay office, Linda Banning. And we service 39 First Nation communities across the Anishinaabeg Nation. We are also lucky to have our boss, our director here today, Jamie Ristool. And we are very proud of the work that we do and happy to share with you how we teach about fetal alcohol spectrum disorder or branch to neurodivergence, including our culture and connecting our communities through our traditions and who we are. Miigwech.
So we're going to start off by just kind of giving you some descriptions of neurodivergence, talking about what it might look like for people that you are working with in your communities, in your families. And then we're going to talk about some of the issues how this links to mental health and possible addictions. So I want to start off with talking about what neurodivergence is. It's kind of that, like you were saying, it's a really nice, interesting word, right? People are like, I don't even understand what that means. So neurodivergence, we are all neurodiverse. Neurodiversity means not the same. So if I was to ask each of you to draw a picture of your brain, your picture would be different than the person's beside you. It means all our brains function a little bit differently. Neurodivergence is when a brain functions differently than a neurotypical brain, the way that it's expected to function. That's neurodivergence. The reason why we use the term neurodivergence is to get rid of some of that stigma. There's so much stigma related, especially to FASD. The stigma towards the biomother, and also stigma towards the individual living with FASD. So by using the term neurodivergence, we can get rid of some of that stigma and focus on strategies and strengths. Because it doesn't really matter what the label on the jar is, it's the tools that we use out of that jar that are important.
Okay, so when we're talking about our people, our babies, there are no mistakes. No mother intentionally tries to harm her baby. Each new spirit, and I'm speaking from Anishinaabe traditions, so I know we're gathered here all together from our different nations. We're just speaking from Anishinaabe teachings, which are our teachings. And Anishinaabe people have always cherished our children and regarded them as sacred gifts. We sit with those 7 Mishomasug, 7 generations before we're born, and we're shown different paths in life. And we sit there and decide who our parents will be. And it is our responsibility, sometimes our parents as well, to get those gifts that we've been given. Our Anishinaabemowin, our Anishinaabemowin, our clans, our colors, our helpers. And with this teaching, all of our sessions always begin with that bundle. And as I mentioned that I started 16 years ago, when we first started out, a lot of our communities, we weren't allowed to have the smudge. And we would still bring our bundle. It would still be there. And we would respect where we were, and we would let them know that that's there. But it took a while, and we got to a place where we can acknowledge that bundle and use those gifts that we were given. And we want to start all our sessions off in a good way. And so I will be coming around with my bundle and smudging the room, so everyone has the opportunity to start off in a good way, in a clear mind, with a good heart. And using those medicines helps those neurodivergent individuals. It helps to ground them. It helps to, make them feel connected. A lot of the times, neurodivergent individuals have trouble sleeping, so they wake up in the morning and it's just chaos. And we'll talk more about that chaos going on inside. So using those medicines helps to alleviate that, even if they may have had a bad night. And we encourage our community and our people to use that whenever they need. You don't only have to smudge, first thing in the morning. We also have a session that we offer our communities that allows them to make liquid smudge. And this isn't in lieu of. We always encourage using the medicines first, that smoke smudge, but it is used in places like the hospital, NICU, PICU, where they aren't able to use that smudge, ICU, and they still are able to have that medicine, or if they have respiratory issues. So those are ways that we want to start off with you all, because that's how we start off with our people and start off our information on neurodivergence in a good way.
So I just want to go into some detail about neurodivergence and how this has become such a big topic. Like, why are we seeing more and more individuals who are neurodivergent? So part of the reason why is age. So the age of people having children has increased. That is one of the risk factors. So everything I'm going to talk about is a risk factor. It doesn't guarantee neurodivergence. It just increases the risk of neurodivergence. So we know that prenatal opioid exposure, the exposure to alcohol, which would cause fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. We also know the pesticides in the food. And people are like, why do we see an increase in autism? We have to think about what we're putting into our bodies. Also, that stress. The number of hours people work nowadays is actually higher than it used to be. Increased stress. We know that more people have to work longer hours, and more people in the family have to work in order to provide those basic needs. So we have increased stress. We've also increased constant stimulation. How many people have a phone? Yeah, it's a tool. It's an amazing tool. But it also can increase stimulation, oversensory, which causes stress in the body. So all of these things increase the risk. So when we talk about FASD itself, drinking alcohol during pregnancy is a risk factor. But socioeconomic status, the stress of the mom, nutrition, any use of any other substances, all of those increase that risk factor for someone having FASD if the mother was to drink during pregnancy. But one thing we always forget to talk about is the biological father. So studies are being done right now to the link to special needs and learning disabilities and the state that the father was in at the time of conception. So if he was drinking under opioids, under a lot of stress, that is another increase to those risk factors. So if, say, a mother was pregnant, didn't know she was pregnant, went to a party and was drinking and got pregnant, well, he was also under intoxication, that increases that risk factor. Because FASD is caused from drinking alcohol from conception to birth. But we know that over 50% of pregnancies are unplanned. You don't know that you're pregnant sometimes up until 12 weeks, sometimes even later. So that's 12 weeks where someone could drink without knowing that they're pregnant. And we also need to reduce that shame and blame because we know that people drink for a variety of reasons. So an expectant mother may drink because she's in an abusive relationship, because of other factors. Maybe she has needs support with addictions. So we have to get rid of that shame and blame and focus on supports. Because like Chochi said, no biological mother intentionally harms her unborn child. So when we have someone born with FASD, we have two people to support. And we also have to continue to talk about those other risk factors. Genetics, epigenetics, that blood memory is all things that can increase neurodivergence. But other neurodivergence are also concussions, those acquired brain injuries, trauma, brain tumors, dementia. All of those fall under neurodivergence because then your brain is not functioning at the same as a typical brain. And if you guys have any questions while we're presenting, please interrupt us because we learn more through conversation. So if you have anything you want, just please interrupt us. So these are some of the stats. So most of these are nationwide stats. So 2% of the population is diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Boys are 4 to 5 times more likely to be diagnosed, and most people are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder by the age of 6. This is in comparison to FASD. FASD affects 4% of the population. That's twice as much as autism, but we don't talk about it. And it's expected that 13% of the population actually has FASD and is undiagnosed. There was a study in 2018 by Dr. Pavlova, and it was done in Canada, and she said that children in care are 13 times more likely to have FASD, and 94% of those with FASD are undiagnosed. Because FASD is a spectrum. It used to be, people used to think, oh no, they don't have FASD, they don't look like it, right? They don't have the facial features. They don't look like they have FASD. FASD is not based on facial features. Alcohol had to be consumed between weeks 7 and 12 for facial features to appear. But you can have FASD if alcohol was consumed anytime during gestation. So we need to keep that in mind, that there is no look. And it is also not a First Nation issue. But through colonialism, it was deemed a First Nation issue. It is a human issue. If there is alcohol, there will be FASD. This is not something that's going to go away. So we need to understand that if we have this many people undiagnosed, what does that look like in the communities? What does that look like for mental health and addictions? Having this many people undiagnosed without supports, because these people are seen as behaviors. They're seen as their behaviors and their actions, not as the individual that they are. I have my little cheat notes here. So there was a study also done by Dr. Gustafson, and that was done, and it was a study done with 13 First Nations here in Ontario. And they looked at babies born, First Nation babies born between 2003 and 2019, and it was with 13 First Nations. And they found that 10.9% of the infants born had prenatal opioid exposure. So they were exposed to opioids at some point during gestation. 4.2% of those babies diagnosed had full neonatal abstinence syndrome, which means they were born addicted to opioids or methadone or Suboxone. And these infants then need invasive medical treatment because they have to detox. They have to detox off the opioids, they have to detox off the methadone or Suboxone. So many of them are hospitalized for long periods of time. More studies are being done on what the long-term effects are of neonatal abstinence syndrome. One thing we need to remember though, if someone has an addiction and they aren't getting their opioid, are they also using alcohol? So some of those effects that we're seeing are also FASD related. In regards to ADHD, I think we all have a little ADHD, to be honest, but 4 to 6% of adults will be diagnosed with ADHD, 5 to 7% of children. And the studies are showing this link between trauma and ADHD, which we're going to talk about in a minute. And it's really important to know that they look a lot alike, because a lot of us, every person experiences some form of trauma. So then that's why we see some of those ADHD tendencies. And many neurodivergents, ADHD is going to be the most common comorbid, means we're at the same time as another neurodivergence. So most of these studies are nationwide, except for the neonatal abstinence syndrome one, but we have to know that due to intergenerational trauma, epigenetics, and secondary disabilities, and the behaviors that we see are caused by this overrepresentation in First Nation communities. And a lot of it is related to the colonialism. So when we look at adverse childhood experiences, there's a lot of studies looking at that neglect and insecure attachment, child abuse, can cause molecular changes in the brain, so that it decreases the happy chemicals like dopamine and serotonin. And there's a deficiency in these that a surge from opioids or alcohol or other substances fills. And that's why we have that increase in addictions, because we're seeing that insecure attachment in childhood. So usually, for lots of parents, raising a child also gives us dopamine, and it helps with those happy chemicals. But what happens is, if someone has addictions, raising that child doesn't reach the threshold that they need. So then they have to go to get something else to get up to that level. And that's what's also contributing to that decrease in attachment. And this has a huge effect in the quality of care and family stability. And it's interesting to note that 7.7% of the Canadian population is Indigenous children. So, but 53.8% of children that are Indigenous are in care. So 53.8% of children in care are Indigenous, more than half, but yet they only represent 7.7% of the children in the Canadian population. So how are we supposed to have those secure attachments if the children are in care? So something to look at is these comorbids. So when someone gets a diagnosis, lots of times they have more than one. This is also why we see improper diagnosis. So like I said, autism is diagnosed by the age of 6. Traits of FASD can look like autism. So we have people with FASD getting an autism diagnosis, which is great because you get way more money, just so you know, way more funding, way more support for autism, even though it's half the number of people are affected. So then they also can get diagnosed with other comorbids. Like I said, ADHD is the most common. But then we see things like depression, OCD. Autism and FASD are linked, and we see 74% of people who have FASD also have autism. So that's why it doesn't really matter what we put that label on that jar, because all of them are so linked together. So when I talked about ADHD and trauma, this is really important to look at. So if you have someone who has difficulty concentrating and learning in school, they're easily distracted, they often don't seem to listen, they're disorganized, they're hyperactive, they're restless, or they have difficulty sleeping, we give them an ADHD diagnosis. But the symptoms are the same for trauma. So is it trauma or is it true ADHD? Because you might see some children who, as they get older, they're like, oh, they had ADHD as a kid, but now they don't. ADHD doesn't go away, but if you get tools to help with your trauma, your symptoms go away. That's also why a lot of times when someone has ADHD, we like to give medication. And now I'm not saying don't give medication, and I'm not saying, hey, medication's the answer to everything. It's individualized, it's for each person, and you need to see someone who's suited to give you that advice. And same with holistic or traditional medicines. You need to see a traditional healer for that. But sometimes the reason why ADHD medication doesn't work for individuals is because when the brain is being built, it's like a brick wall. It's being built from the bottom up. And if you introduce certain things like trauma, stress, alcohol, some of those bricks aren't being built in the same way. So you have spaces that are missing. And so when you introduce an ADHD medication, it's to go to a specific receptor in the brain. Well, if that receptor isn't there, that medication isn't going to work. And that's why you get lots of side effects. So you have to try lots of different ones until you find one that has a receptor that works. But if it's because it's trauma that you have these symptoms, that ADHD medication doesn't work because it doesn't fix the trauma. Are we good? Everybody good? All right. So these are the 10 brain domains. When you go for a diagnosis of autism or ADHD or FASD, you have to go through a psychoed evaluation or assessment. This is the same for adults. And what they do is they test these 10 brain domains. For FASD, you have a variance you have to have a low variance in 3 of these. Most people have 7 to 10 that are affected. So it would be academic achievement, reading, writing, math. Attention, the ability to focus, but also the ability to unfocus. So we can see people with neurodivergence, we see this a lot with children with autism, and individuals as they get older that perseverate. They keep on the same topic and they can't get off of it. Your cognition is your ability to do things with what you know. Language, expressive and receptive language. How you express yourself through language, but also how you understand it. They're 2 different things. And it's really important to understand because you could have someone who has amazing expressive language. They talk well, they present themselves very well. But then they can't understand the information that's coming to them and process it. And this is what we do in a society. If someone can speak well, we assume they can think well and understand well. And then we consequence them when they can't. So it's understanding that those are two different parts of the brain. So if you're working with an individual in the mental health field who's expressing themselves well, and you're like, I don't understand why they just don't get what we're trying to do, and why aren't they following the directions? It's because they're receptive. They can't understand and process what's coming at them. Memory is a huge issue for almost everyone who's neurodivergent. Doesn't matter if it's autism, FASD, ADHD, those memory centers are usually affected. It really affects working memory, so what you're doing as you're doing it. And I know, going through perimenopause, it's super awesome. When I go upstairs and I'm like, I have no idea why I came here. Not sure what I'm doing. And I have to go back down and I'm like, oh, right, that's what I was doing. And then back up you go again. That's your working memory. Remembering the task that you're doing while you're doing it. Affect regulation is ability to help balance your regulation, emotional regulations. Executive functioning, we'll talk a little bit more about that. That's your filing cabinet of your brain. That's keeping you organized. That's your day planner. Everything that keeps you organized in a day. Motor skills, these are whole body diagnosis. So we may see people with low tone, difficulty with gross motor skills, fine motor skills, which affects your mental health. If you think that when you're trying to do something and you don't have the physical ability to use your motor control to do that, it can be really frustrating. Adaptive functioning is your ability to adapt to your environment. We're going to talk more about that. They took sensory out of this, but adaptive functioning kind of falls under sensory. And most people who are neurodivergent, we're going to talk in detail about sensory. And then the neuroanatomy, that's the structure of your brain. There is no MRI, there is no test to say, oh, yep, that's autism, oh, yep, that's FASD, oh, yep, that's ADHD. The structure of the brain may be different, but it's cellular, so we can't see it through an image. So the only way to get a diagnosis is through these tests. For FASD, it is very traumatic. It's 3 days of intense testing with a whole bunch of strangers. And sometimes what happens is these children, of course, it doesn't happen in the communities. We have to drag these kids and their families out of community to a center that does this. And they go through the testing, and then they're said, oh, you know what? They had so many behaviors, we couldn't complete it. It's incomplete. And then they don't get a diagnosis. And then they don't get the supports that they need. So with the executive functioning, there's things like inhibition, the ability to think about something before it happens. So we see this in mental health, right? We see that there's an inability to have that inhibition to be like, no, I shouldn't do this. Lots of people who have addictions want to stop, but they don't have the inhibition to be like, oh, if I don't do it right now, this will happen. Planning, being able to plan and see the future, that requires memory. Time and money perception. They may have difficulty with time and money. They're always late for their appointments, and then they get kicked off the caseload. Because if you have someone who has especially FASD, and you need them to be there at 2 o'clock and it takes 15 minutes to get there, don't tell them their appointment's at 2 o'clock. Their appointment's at 1:45. Because they will leave at the time their appointment is at. Because the perception of time is not concrete. Our internal ordering of how things need to go internally, understanding where to start, where to finish. That working memory we talked about. Being able to self-monitor, to regulate yourself. Verbal self-regulation, being able to stop talking, can be very difficult, especially if you have something that comes into your mind. A lot of individuals who are neurodivergent interrupt all the time. Because if it comes into the mind, if they don't say it, they know they're going to lose it. So it's not them being rude. It's their coping mechanism to be like, I have really something important to say, and I know if I don't say it, it's going to be gone. That motor control, regulating our emotions, and motivation. Motivation, you have to know where to start to be motivated. You have to know where you're going to want to get there. So that's all related to that executive functioning and memory.
So ways in which our program helps with the executive functioning and motivating our workers in our communities, our families to attend, our youth. This is through the whole lifespan who the demographic that we try to connect with. So we start with prenatal moms and fathers and families, and we do baby moccasin workshops, breastfeeding pillow, moss bag, ribbon skirts, feast bundles. We talked about the medicines, cedar foot soak, cedar bath sessions. We have a Mother Earth connecting group of sessions that we do as well, that our coworker Linda Banning helped to formulate with her network up in Fort William. And these are my daughters here. And starting that initial conversation and engaging those families through our culture begins a conversation about, oh, maybe I did drink during pregnancy, or maybe my parents drank while I was pregnant. Finally getting those aha moments that this is kind of sounds like how my brain's functioning. And I noticed when I first started in this field, I wasn't a mom, right? So I was young, and so talking with young moms was pretty relaxed and comfortable, and we were able to talk about harm reduction, and the conversation was open. And then once being a mom, then it was easy for me to relate and talk about the breastfeeding component and how that affects our children and our babies. And so it's all the way through, you know. And this form of executive functioning, by connecting them to the culture, empowers them, and it pulls on their strengths. Individuals with neurodivergence are so connected to our Creator, and they have such gifts. One of their biggest gifts is storytelling. And you know, among us, this is the time right now that we are all storytelling, and as we are doing today, you know, with you all. So we need to pull on their gifts, and we need to look to them as well for those answers and help them with connecting and with their executive functioning.
So one thing to look at when you're talking about individuals who are neurodivergent is dysmaturity. So what happens is when they look at those 10 brain domains, you can be high in one level and low in another, in a different area. And it's important to understand that people are functioning at the age their brain has allowed them to develop to. Just because someone is 18 doesn't mean we have to have the expectations in all areas of an 18-year-old. So you may have an 18-year-old who can speak like a 20-year-old, which can be detrimental because then we assume they think like a 20-year-old. But socially, they're only 7. So how an individual relates socially can affect their choices, can affect the people that they associate themselves with, can affect some of that inhibition. We see individuals who are neurodivergent have sexually deviant behavior. It's because they have the hormones of an 18-year-old, but the understanding of a 7-year-old. And they get themselves into trouble with the law. The thing we have to remember too is these gaps don't change. Just because they get older, those gaps don't change. We just make it more socially accepted. So if you have an 18-year-old who acts like a 7-year-old, oh, that's not okay, right? We have the consequences. We've got to figure out what we're going to do to fix that. But if you have a 30-year-old who acts like an 18-year-old, that's a little bit more acceptable. So that gap hasn't changed, they've just gotten older. There's still that gap. It just becomes more socially acceptable. Or we've consequenced them so much for their behaviors that they've shut down, turned to addictions, or have trouble with the law. Any questions so far as we're zooming through this? Oh, Yes. Here, I'm going to bring a mic.
Hello, my name is Joey. I'm just thinking about my generation. I was born in the 80s. A lot of us are adults now, 40s. And when you're talking about this behavior, we were undiagnosed. Even there was no, at the time I was born, there was no programs like this to diagnose autism, to diagnose ADHD. You're running through life like this, expectations and whatever. You're supposed to be like this. Like, I can't read a book worth a damn. I'm reading the same freaking sentence over and over and over, but I can tell life stories. You know, I can remember stories from years ago. So I'm seeing, I don't know why I'm sitting here today, but I just decided to just sit here with my friends and listen to your presentation, because I myself going through in my stage right now, there's a long wait list to get me diagnosed. Like my nurse practitioner wants me to go through a diagnosis, but I've been waiting for a year. You know, I struggle with addiction myself, and you know, the behaviors and all that stuff. You want the best of your life, the decisions. I know. I'm just speaking by my own experiences. I have the goals to have a good life, but it's just the coping and the society and expectations. I'm only one of everyone who struggles that comes to sit here with you guys today and learn. But it's just the wait times. It's the broken promises from workers, from mental health people that say they're gonna be here for you, and they stop after they send you to treatment. They stop after making those calls, you know? I'm just thinking for my peers back home and peers here in the city, my friends. We were a generation that didn't have tests like this. My parents didn't have tests like this to diagnose us. You know, so we're walking, surviving, you know, trying to survive and be the social norm and get involved with councils. I was involved with a lot of things. I did a lot of great things. You know, just now I'm in a little stump in the road, whatever, but learning, growing, and I always talk around, even strangers on the street I'm sitting with, so, you know, I'm always telling something about myself or whatever. But this is kind of, you know, something that we need to bring home, like to have a lot of my peers maybe get tested, or, you know, bring that to the forefront at the grassroots level. I don't know, just decided to speak, but just holding it in. But I hope we can get some of us diagnosed and try to help ourselves too. So I'm grateful to be here and sitting with my community, my cousins here, my sister. My chief is here, so, and my council lady. But yeah, I just wanted to say, I don't know, just speaking, whatever, but it's good. Yeah.
Miigwech. And thank you for sharing, because it's your voice that's going to help this. It's those with living experience. One of the things that the individuals we work with who have FASD are always like, nothing about us without us. And it shouldn't be. We shouldn't be doing things without those with living experience, because they have those strengths. They were born with strengths. But we focus so much on what they can't do. We focus so much on the behaviors we see that we forget there's an individual with goals, with aspirations. That's what we're here to tell you guys about. That's what we need to support, not look at the behavior you see. Because when you look at the behavior and treat the behavior, you get more behavior. So miigwech for sharing that and being a voice and an advocate. And that's what we need to have more of.
And
We do have a gathering we've started. This is a second year that our Anishinaabeg Nation has started an FASD gathering. We just had it at the beginning of the month, but we're planning in May, and we'd love you to be there. And it's just, you feel really connected, and it's for, those people that fall through the cracks, that are waiting on diagnosis, you're able to relate and connect and just feel at home, and it's important to have a community. And there are ways as well that we help to third-party advocacy and getting people connected. There's online groups, like if you have Facebook as well, and for caregivers, for people that are caring for people that are neurodivergent as well, because it's hard. And funding's limited and respite's limited, and we understand, and we're here.
Thanks, Joji. So when we're talking about this, it can be triggering for a lot of people, because sometimes we all sit back and we're like, wait a minute, that sounds like me, or that sounds like this person in my family, or that sounds like this person over here. We're all connected to someone who's neurodivergent, and we all have a role to play in what this looks like in the communities, because it does affect mental health and addictions. It's so related. And so by helping those supports starting from birth early on, and so people aren't waiting for a diagnosis as adults, because there are no, adult diagnostic clinics are very limited. Wait times are large, even for children. Most children don't get diagnosed with FASD till they're like 13, 14 and older. Well, they're already into high school. So they've missed all those supports and been labeled a behavior kid, kicked out, suspended, all of this stuff, which causes even more trauma, right? Which gets rid of those happy chemicals. So what do we think that they're going to turn to? They're turning to those other things to build up those chemicals that are being taken away. So all of these neurodivergents are whole body diagnosis, and it's important to remember this too, because we can't lift up the hood of a brain, right? It's not like a car. We can't lift up the hood and be like, oh, I see. This part just needs, you just need a little bit of extra stuff in this area, in this area. We can't do that. We have to be investigators, right? We have to be detectives. It's trial and error. It takes time. But there's other underlying things within the body that can also have an effect. So the nervous system, people who are neurodivergent have an increase in anxiety and depression. 94% of people who are neurodivergent will have a mental health condition in their lifetime. 94%. That's huge numbers. They can have difficulty with sleep, which increases the inability for the brain to do that cognitive thinking that it needs to do. The sensory system is so huge. Right now, we're all going through sensory stuff right now. That's, all our sensory system, which we'll talk about, but they can get chronic infections. They can also have hearing loss or vision issues, but that are not necessarily corrective. I'm not talking vision issues like your sight. It could be vision issues of processing, depth perception. All of that could be related to vision. Sensory processing, this includes the interoception, so understanding what's happening inside the body, which we'll talk a little bit more about. Issues with respiratory, that's allergies, asthma, chronic infections, pneumonia, COPD. All of those things are related to the respiratory system that can happen just by being born neurodivergent. Cardiovascular system, issues with the heart, issues with blood pressure, congenital heart defects. The endocrine system, hypo or hyperthyroidism, increased risk of cancer and autoimmune diseases, rheumatoid arthritis. The digestive system, they may never feel hungry. They may never feel full, so they over and over and over and overeat. Chronic constipation, increase in celiac disease, lactose intolerance, kidney and bladder infections are all increased. So if you think about all of these things, the reproductive system, we talked about increased risk of cysts and fibrosis. Musculoskeletal system, scoliosis, joint issues, dental issues, osteoarthritis. They also could have a really high pain tolerance. And so therefore they have difficulty reporting these symptoms. So if you think of all of these things, if you were experiencing any of these things, right, you're going to go get some medication or something for it. But if these are chronic and they're feeling them inside and their brain knows they're happening, but it's not sending the message out saying, hey, you have chronic pain, but they have the behaviors of someone who has chronic pain, but they can't say they have chronic pain because the brain isn't allowing them to communicate the same things that's happening. So we see these people have behaviors and not know why. We see this a lot with individuals who have autism. If they're unable to communicate, we have children who are have nonverbal autism, and because they can't communicate, we see self-injurious behavior. Because they're trying to tell us something, but they can't use their words. And so that's why a lot of people who are neurodivergent turn to alcohol and drugs, because they need to soothe and decrease some of this stuff. But they can't tell you, hey, I need to do this because I have this chronic pain constantly here and here and here. Or you know what, they have issues inside, but they can't go to the doctors to say what test it is that they need to find out, oh, they have celiac disease. Okay, we can help that. So instead, they're turning to other things to soothe this pain.
And the reason why it's a full body diagnosis, for those that don't know about the FASD, is that through the whole 40 weeks, the fetus is developing. And whenever the alcohol is consumed, that's what's affected. So if they have issues with their digestive system, that little stomach was developing during that time. So that's why it's being affected. We say 0 alcohol through the whole 40 weeks because the brain develops through the whole 40 weeks. So any time that alcohol is consumed, it affects that brain. And so what we're trying to do is that preventative piece in talking to our families, talking to our youth, to have planned pregnancies, planned families, because it starts before conception. We need to be taking our vitamins 3 months prior. We need to be thinking about that once our little ones, start their rites of passage, their moon time, their vision quest, that those eggs, those sperm, that's what they're going to have as they grow up. And for us women, we have our grandchildren as well. We have those little granddaughters. And so we need to think about helping those youths, getting them to do their rites of passage, getting our pregnancies planned so that we can alleviate those issues of alcohol during the pregnancy.
So we're going to look a little bit at the sensory system. But first, I want to talk a little bit about processing. So we're going to do a little activity so you guys don't fall asleep on me. So if you want to stand up, you can do it standing up because it helps you to stretch out your body. If you'd rather do it sitting down, you can do it sitting down. It's up to you. But if you want to get up, it's a very pretty, you don't have to move your body a lot. You don't need a lot of space. You just have to be able to turn your head. So to show neurodivergence and the difference of processing, how people process information, like sensory information or oral communication, I'm going to do, it's kind of like Simon Says, but there's no Simon. So all I'm going to say is look up, look down, look left, look right. If you do not know your lefts and rights, this is why we have tools. Put your hands down with your palms facing up. And if it is the shape of a capital L, that is your left. Stick it on your left leg. So when I say left, you know the hand that's touching your leg is you're going to turn left. Okay? So up, right, left, down, right, up, down, left, right. You guys are so amazing. Okay, you ready? Up is down, down is up. Okay? Left and right are still the same. Okay? So keep that L on that left leg. Down. right, up, down, left, right, down, up, right, up, left, down. Okay. Pretty good, pretty good. Okay, you ready? Left is right, right is left, up is down, down is up. Okay? Take your L and put it on the other leg. There you go. Are you ready? Down, right, up, left, up, right, down, left, up, down, right, left, down, up, left. Hard, right? Good job. Have a seat. So the thing about processing information, whether it comes from our sensory system or from verbal communication or body gestures, is it takes time to process. If you have a neurodivergent brain, it takes even longer. It can take up to 30 seconds to process one piece of information. But what do we do when we say to someone, if I say, Chochi, go clean up your room, and I walk away, and Chochi doesn't move? Did you hear what I said? Why aren't you moving? I asked you to go clean up your room. Chochi, go clean up your room. And we just keep talking and talking and talking and talking. She's still processing 5 minutes ago, maybe when I told her to go put her dish in the sink. But now I'm asking her more and more and more, and she's still processing, and now she's going into fight or flight right now because I'm putting so much pressure on her to process information up here in her thinking part of her brain, but she's in her emotional part of her brain, then she goes into fight or flight. And that's when you get the yelling, the arguing, the running away, all of that stuff. It's because they're not processing the information, but we think they should be able to process it like this. My expectation for you was, you should be able to process the changes like this. It's unrealistic. You're going to make mistakes, and that's okay. We have to give people time to process. But if you think of someone going into help for mental health and addictions, here's some forms, fill out these forms. Here's this, you need to do 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 this. I'm done, I'm out. I'm not even gonna start because I can't even process the fact that you need me to write something on a piece of paper. I just wanna get help. But you want me to use my executive functioning, my thinking part of my brain first? I don't live there right now. I live in my emotional and my Neanderthal fight or flight part of my brain. They need assistance. They need help to process what you need them to process, and they need time. We get really uncomfortable with silence, so we fill the silence. We need to get comfortable with silence and asking, what can I help you with? So these are the sensory systems. We have to process all of this stuff. And for people who are neurodivergent, we can't process it all that quickly. Have you ever driven in the dark looking for an address and you turn the radio off? How many of you are guilty of that? I do it all the time, right? Because we can't process it all. It's too much. Or you have kids in the back of the car and they're arguing back and forth and you're in traffic and you're like, just stop. Stop talking. Their talking isn't affecting your driving, but it's affecting your ability to process. So we cannot process lots of information at the same time. So when we're supporting people who are neurodivergent or with mental health and addictions, we need to reduce the amount of sensory input that they have to process. So tactile, that's touch. It could be simple as the chairs that you have are too hard. Visual, these lights, I have this beautiful big light here shining bright in my eyes. It's great. We have to process all of this stuff. Most of the offices these people go into have fluorescent lighting. It's horrible. People who are neurodivergent see the flickers of the lights. So visual is important. It needs to be calm. And you need to ask them, is there anything in here that bothers you? And fix it. Auditory, sense of hearing. Sometimes they process things too loud, so they're like, oh, it's too loud. They can hear every sound. The noise of the fan would be way too overstimulating. They'd have to sit somewhere where there was not that noise of the fan, because that's all they could concentrate on. This happens in schools. So many things happening at once. They're like, oh, the child has a behavior in this class, but not this class. Well, maybe that class has a really loud ticking clock. If I go to someone's house to visit and I have to sleep there, if there's a clock on the wall, it's going away. I can't. My brain just will not allow a ticking clock for me to fall asleep. Gustatory. That's our sense of taste, but it's also related to our digestive system. Stress is related to our digestive system and can change our ability to taste. Also increases that chance of trying different foods. Children with autism, now this is just a blanket statement, but they like pretty basic stuff. Chicken fingers, French fries, mac and cheese, grilled cheese, pizza. Same routine over and over and over again, because their sensory processing does not allow for different textures and different flavors. Maybe the slightest bit of salt is too overpowering. So these are all things to remember. Olfactory system, that's our sense of smell. It's also attached to our emotional centers. Smell affects the emotions, so some smells can be super triggering and can bring up past trauma, but they not know what that trauma is, but they just have these feelings and these emotions. They also may have zero sense of smell, which can be really difficult because then they don't understand where there's some dangers, because they don't have that sense of smell. They don't smell the fire, you know? They go into a place that maybe has some toxins. They can't smell it. Your vestibular system, that's your sense of balance. It's understanding motion towards you. So it can be cars coming towards you. If you have poor vestibular, you may not understand the speed at which that car is coming towards you, and that's why we see people who are neurodivergent in more accidents. Proprioception, that's your body's awareness of where it is in space. This is why you see individuals with autism who stim. They call it stimming, right? People are like, oh, they need to stop stimming. No, they don't. They're doing that to understand where those body parts are. It would be like you constantly floating and not knowing where you are. It gives that almost like nauseous feeling. Stimming is a way of self-regulating the nervous system. It helps them to regulate that nervous system. And if you think about it, if you were to stand flat-footed, right, or go up on your toes, where do you think you feel those muscles in your legs and feet more? When you're flat-footed or when you're up on your toes? Toes. This is why lots of people who are neurodivergent tippy-toe walk, because it helps them to know where their feet are. It helps them to regulate their nervous system.
Or you see your toddlers doing that too, because they're starting to learn feeling their body.
And kids are great at learning what they need to do, but we try and stop it. Like, stop walking on your tippy toes. You're going to have surgery, right? But it's their way of learning. We're not born with self-regulation. It has to be learned. We have to be taught it or learned through experience. Sometimes if we have adverse childhood experiences, we learn those things in a negative way. Interoception is your internal awareness, knowing when you're hot, knowing when you're cold, knowing when you're hungry, knowing when you're thirsty, knowing when you're sick, knowing when you have pain. So if you don't have that ability to understand when you have pain, but your body is telling you, wow, something's really wrong, there's an alarm going off here, but you don't know what it is, you see those behaviors. And it can also be very dangerous. So my son fell out of a tree, broke his arm. He's neurodivergent. Didn't tell me for 24 hours. It was broke and like bad. Didn't tell me. All of a sudden I come home and his arm is, he goes, I have a Lego arm, and his arm is swollen like a Lego person. We rush to the hospital. We get there. It's now well over 36 hours by the time we get there. First thing they said to me is, do you have a witness? My son was 13, but I'm like, yeah, actually, he was with a friend. He fell out of the tree. Why didn't you bring him sooner? I'm like, because he didn't tell me. It hurt. Like, I had no idea. They're like, how could he not? His arm is broken. I'm like, he didn't tell me. And it happens a lot, and this is why lots of kids get put in the system for having injuries, but parents didn't know, or caregivers didn't know, because they don't tell them, because they can't feel it. Yeah. I did, yes. He has Tourette's syndrome, so I did know that. Not thinking that he wouldn't tell me when his arm's busted, but he didn't. They even reset it with no freezing, nothing. He just sat there. Nothing, just. And that doctor said, it's very dangerous. Anytime you fall, you need to tell your mom you fell. Because they can have internal issues happening and you not know.
Actually, why we only came today is because we were at an FASD conference and we got to hear a wonderful story about a gentleman named Everett. And he had a cut on his leg and was incarcerated. And they gave him antibiotics. I'm just cutting this short. It was a wonderful, long story. So if you ever can hear it, it's wonderful. Well, tragic, but wonderful. So they gave him the antibiotics for it, but he didn't have the ability to know if it was healing or the pain or what was going on, and it ended up going throughout his bloodstream, and he ended up going into ICU, and it was just a ripple effect, and he's no longer, he passed away from those injuries. So it's, sorry?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's why it's really important when you're working with anyone or seeing anyone in your community who's neurodivergent to understand that there could be things going on inside, and that is why they are reaching for certain substances or certain things, but not understanding why.
And we have to advocate for them, because don't just go by one doctor or a medical professional. You know, if you know something's wrong, trust that intuition in you, that gut feeling, and go to another one. And if not, go to another one. Like, continue on until your answers for that person that you are caregiving for are met. Don't stop, and it's okay to be wrong. For you to try your hardest, that's what they need, and they can't voice it themselves. So we need to be there to advocate for them. Yeah.
So you're going to see people who are, and this is all of us, we all fall under some of this. So we're seekers. We seek certain sensory input. And we're also, some people we avoid certain sensory because it either overstimulates us or it doesn't feel right. Tags, I can't handle tags. Tags are gone off my clothes the minute I buy them because it's just, I can't handle that scratching. So you're going to see this, and some people will do this, and they seek to balance their nervous system and their sensory systems through addictions because they feel dysregulated. And the way to do that is to seek out sensory. And some of that sensory, people who are smokers, that's sensory, right? Holding that cigarette, oral sensory, pulling it in, all of that stuff. So in order to stop that, you have to find something else to replace it. Yes?
Also tobacco, one of the most active effects of tobacco is to do something neurologically called gating, which reduces and cushions the impact of mixed stimulus. ASD spectrum individuals have deficits, pronounced deficits
And it's true, it's being able to process that information and finding things to steer it, to model, to replace that behavior can be really difficult. So we have this escalation system. So this is the escalation system. So when someone is going up the escalation system, they're leaving that forefront of your brain. So I kind of look at it like this. This is our brain here. This is our forefront of our brain. This is our thinking part of our brain, right here. In the middle is our emotional part of our brain, okay? That's linked to a lot of our sensory system. So if our sensory system is overloaded, we're further away from our gray matter or our executive functioning thinking part of our brain. Our emotional part of our brain is really close to our amygdala, which is our Neanderthal dinosaur part of our brain. That's our fight or flight center. These two are way closer. If anyone is escalating and they're in their emotional part, the only way you can get someone out of that escalation is before they hit the peak. If someone is at the peak of an escalation cycle, you cannot do anything. The only way to come down is through self-regulation. Co-regulation is something you can do to help them learn how to self-regulate, to help parallel that energy. But no talking is going to get them out of that. You're just going to keep them there. Because think about it. Have you ever had a discussion or an argument with someone and they look at you and they say, calm down? How many of you calmed down when they told you to calm down? I can tell you I do not calm down when they say that. It's because I'm already in my emotional part of my brain. In order to calm down, I have to get to my thinking part of my brain. I don't want to. I would really like to throw punches right now if you tell me that. Right? This is the same, and especially for neurodivergent people. They spend more time in these two parts of their brains than in the thinking part of their brain. So we have to help them self-regulate so that they can stay in the emotional and thinking part of their brain and less in that reactive part. Ways of co-regulating. We're all going to do some right now. Hold up your 5 fingers. If you don't have 5 fingers, use your 5 toes. If you don't have 5 toes, use 5 fingers from your neighbor. The way we do it is when we go up the fingers, we breathe in like it is the most amazing food, like those cannolis that we ate at lunch. Those were good. You're smelling it in. At the top, you're going to hold your breath. When we go down, you're blowing out candles. Our director, Jamie's over there. He has a lot of candles, so imagine you're blowing out his candles, okay? Through pierced lips. Ready? All together. In. Feel a little tingly? That's a way that you can self-regulate yourself. Take your time. It doesn't matter how fast you breathe, because when someone's at peak, they're going to do this, right? But by you being with them and regulating yourself and showing regulation skills, they can regulate. Have you ever been in a room and someone comes in and you're like, ooh, I am not talking to them today? Just by how they come in, you can feel that energy. By them feeling you calm will help them to calm. As far as children, is you have to teach this stuff when they're little, but you teach people self-regulation skills when they are calm, not when they're at a peak. Because remember, they can't get to that thinking part of their brain. They don't care what you're saying. So this is also something to do with mental health and addictions. We have to teach self-regulation skills when people are calm, not when they're in a crisis, so that when they are starting to have a crisis, they have a way of coping. So everything that we do is an attempt to regulate. Anything that we do, sometimes people regulate. What are some things that people do when they're feeling a little up? What are some things that you do that help you feel a little bit better, to fill your cup? Just shout it out. Yeah. Exercise. Awesome. Exercise is super important for every single person, especially people who are neurodivergent. Something else. Meditate. Awesome. Breathing, time to yourself, time to reflect. Anything else? Music. I love it. Music. is fabulous. Yeah. Beading, crafts, being creative. People who are neurodivergents are very creative. It is an amazing way to help them regulate and show their strengths. Take a nap. Sleep, super important. People who are neurodivergent have difficulty with sleep. So sometimes when they're having a nap in the middle of the day, they're regulating themselves. Because at nighttime, they don't sleep as well. Meditate, yes. Water. Drinking water is super important for all of us. People who are neurodivergent need more water than a typical brain because their deficits are cellular. Yeah. Nature. Nature is a fabulous way. Mother Earth can regulate us. Animals. Oh my gosh. Petting an animal. All of these things are ways to regulate. We have to offer these to people in treatment. Instead of focusing on the behavior, focus on ways to regulate. It's like, and looking at this tree, so sometimes we all have a vagus nerve, runs through our bodies, and it kind of looks like that of a tree. So the roots, when we're down in the roots, that's when we're isolating ourselves. That's when we need to shut down to get back to regulate. So for some people, that's isolation. It may look a little bit like depression for some people. And sometimes we get stuck in that state, stuck in the roots, and that's where we see depression. But we all need sometimes to regulate. Sometimes that's just sleep. The middle part, that's our strong part. This is when we're like super creative. This is also where we may have, before we get into fight or flight, where we feel like we need to do something. Up in the tree is our safety spot. This is where we all would like to live. Nice, calm, feeling peaceful, feeling like what we have. We usually, the best part is to go back between motivation, creativity, all of that, up and down. But we have to go down into that bottom, but we're afraid to. We think that that's not okay. It is okay. That's sometimes where we can reflect on ourselves. That's where we learn to grow and see where we want to go. But if we get stuck down in there, that's when we have a problem. So the nervous system reacts at the perception of a threat. Notice I said perception. It doesn't necessarily mean a threat. So to you, you might be like, why are they? I don't understand. That was not that big a deal. But to their nervous system, that's a threat. It's like seeing fins in the ocean, and you're like, oh, sharks, 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 sharks. And then you find out, oh, it was just a dolphin. So we have that perception of a threat, so our body reacts, even though it may not actually be a threat. So some of those things are physical threats. So that's a threat to of physical pain or to our physical safety. We're going to go into fight or flight, right? We're going to go into that Neanderthal part of our brain anytime we see a threat. The perception of the unknown, that feeling of uneasiness, a trigger from the past that we're not aware of. Sometimes that happens in neurodivergence and we don't even know why we're being triggered. There could be a conflict or a variation in the environment. So these are changes that are unexpected, especially for the sensory system. Or if you have an expectation that all of a sudden is changed. That's why to people who are neurotypical, if they go into an office and it's been renovated or a room that's been rearranged, can be really triggering because they can't understand where their body is within that space. And then unrealistic expectations. We do this to people. We put unrealistic expectations on other people, which causes that imbalance in the nervous system. And that's what happens around mental health and addictions. We put so many expectations on what it's supposed to look like and how they're supposed to recover and how they're supposed to be, that actually keeps their nervous system unregulated. So they continue on that hamster wheel over and over and over again. So the nervous system response are primary, fight or flight. Either I feel like I can do something and I'm going to fight it, or I'm so overwhelmed, I'm taken off to safety. And sometimes the taking off is the best thing to do. Secondary responses are fight, flop, and fawn. Or freeze, sorry, so they freeze. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They feel stuck and they can't get out of being stuck in that same pattern. Flopping means they're done. They just collapse. We see this with people who faint. They just pass out when they're so over, their nervous system is overwhelmed, they faint. Fawning is turning into themselves. These are some of the individuals that you see them, their hoodies over their heads, curled up in a ball. Hiding. We see this with children. When their nervous systems are overwhelmed, they hide under tables. They hide under their blankets. They have to shut everything out. Anytime during these, you may see an individual confabulating or fibbing or using distraction. That's their way to help get their nervous system, because they can't figure out how to balance their nervous system. And so that's when you see. So confabulation is very common with people with FASD, which is that storytelling. But it's also related to memory. So they're pulling out parts of their memory, telling a story that didn't really happen that way. So part of that is how trying to regulate your nervous system. The person who is super anxious might be that class clown, or that person who's always telling jokes, gotta be the loudest person in the room, center of attention. And when you say to them, no, I'm actually an introvert. I'm like, what? How are you an introvert? You're like always so loud and whatever. That's because they're trying to regulate that nervous system by doing that. So common mental health conditions, depression, anxiety, and psychosis. Things that increase these other mental health conditions around neurodivergence are physical health. That's why exercise is important. Their sensory processing. Offering lots of different types of sensory is important. They have communication deficits, helping them with that, giving them time to process, time to speak. Maybe it's best if they record themselves instead of writing something out. Giving time and space for processing, and memory deficits. If they're having difficulty with memory, how can we support them in recalling that stuff, keeping notes, keeping a proper file, not expecting them to be able to do all this? Because if unsupported, these symptoms can lead to self-medicating, addictions, and self-harm. Other health factors that increase neurodivergence and addictions, these are other things that you will see an increase in. Type 2 diabetes, congestive heart failure, the respiratory issues. So this means we see an increased medical visits to family doctors, more frequent trips to the emergency department, and longer and more frequent stays in the hospital and the mental health wards. I don't know if you guys can see this very well. We'll see, our screen is pretty blurry, but so these are the primary symptoms. This is what we have to support. We have to support the primary symptoms, but instead of looking at the behaviors. And I'm calling them primary symptoms because this is what you're born with. This is what neurodivergent people are born with. These helps that they need in the developmental levels of functioning, sensory, nutrition, language, all the processing, and executive functioning. But they're also born with their strengths. So it's focusing on those strengths and bringing in culture to help boost those strengths that are important. Because if we don't, we get secondary symptoms and then the tertiary symptoms, which are the ones that we are struggling with helping right now, the addictions, trouble with the law, and the mental health issues and suicide. But again, in those systems that we have, we support the behavior we see, we support the anxiety and all of that stuff. We're still not supporting that primary symptom, that executive functioning. If we can support that, you're gonna see less of those addictions. Because behavior's communication. If you see things, they're actually telling you something else. It's the things below the iceberg. They're having issues with communication, difficulty with change. Maybe they're having sensory issues, but you're seeing it as a behavior. So I always say, if you see a behavior, you need to say, oh, what's actually going on? Because people don't choose to misbehave. It happens for a reason.
So along with neurodivergence comes a lot of stigma. We have a high population within our justice system. I went into the justice system and did fetal alcohol workshops, and a lot of the times those adults have aha moments, what we were talking about earlier. They say, this is me, you know? and they've lived their whole life. And they get criticized, you know, that all these different names. And the grief and loss that they feel along with their families, we need to help nurture that. And there's ways that we can do that with using the medicines, creating a grief and loss bundle. And you hold that and for however long you need, and then you let it go. And anytime you have more grief or loss, you create a new bundle and you carry that. And then once you've had the opportunity to let that go, then you offer it. So we need to make sure that we have that grief and loss for the individual and for the families. It is detrimental for their healing.
We need to remember that everyone has strengths. And those with neurodivergence have many strengths. You can thank someone who's neurodivergent for your car, for your phone, most inventions. Someone who's neurodivergent created those. So we have to focus on those strengths, and that's what helps with the mental health and addictions, is finding that person's strength and helping to foster that. So the best practices: prevention, education, planned pregnant parenthood, focus on the strengths, bring in that culture. We need caregiver support too. Caregiver burnout is real. We have to focus on what their needs are, but where they're at developmentally, not chronologically, and creating that understanding and welcoming so they feel like they belong. So what I want you to do is pick a word on here that you have used to describe yourself at some point in your life. Remember where it is on the screen. Everybody got one? You're actually this. So if I go back, some people call me bossy. It's okay. But I'm actually a leader. It means exactly the same thing, only focusing on strengths rather than the deficit. So now I want you to do it for someone you love. What's a word you've used to describe at some point someone that you love? They're actually this. It means the same thing, but I guarantee you they'd rather you call them this. Same with people with mental health and addictions. Find what that strength is. We have to find the strengths in the community that they can feel involved with and use strength-based language. So we all have a role to play when it comes to neurodivergence and mental health. Think of what role you're willing to play.
That's it. That's good timing. Yeah. See you later. 4 minutes early.
If anyone has any questions too, just let us know.
Can you get a mic for the gentleman here?
Here, I can run.
There's other mics. We'll allow maybe 3 questions, and then we will have met our time. I'm sure you'll know where to find these people and contact them and ask questions.
Who's over here? Back
Right there. Gentleman right there. 3 questions. And you're only allowed 1, by the way.
Thank you very much for that very thorough, I guess, academic presentation. It's a lot to absorb, but I noted the percentages that were overrepresented with this problem of neurodivergent, and you give the percentages of the Canadian population that we have this, and our percentage is very high. How many people, how many young people would that represent, or how many people would that represent?
So, like, as far as like the population that we gave the stats for, so those
Yeah.
are Canada-wide. That's from actually through
No,
stats.
but I'm thinking in terms of number. How many people is that?
Oh, so for FASD, I think it's 600,000.
Wow.
Yeah, across Canada. But that doesn't include all the other ones. And so we've tried actually, one thing that we need to do is we don't have any really First Nation specific data, because if you think about FASD, it's been so stigmatizing, right? And people coming forward to say, yeah, I drank during pregnancy, kids were taken away.
So then that would mean there are 300,000 or a little bit higher of First Nations people are neurodivergent.
So that's 600,000 people are diagnosed with FASD across Canada?
Yes.
So if we're looking at, 4%, so if you're thinking of 4% of the Indigenous population that's diagnosed, so 13% of the Indigenous population.
Okay, but first, I'm trying to get a handle on the number of people.
Oh, how many are in First Nations? Got ya. So you want to know out of this, the total amount, how many are First Nations?
Yes, how many would be neurodivergent? Would it be 200, 1,000, 2,000 people?
So depending on what you want to, if you count up ADHD, FASD, autism, all of it, some have two comorbids though, so if they're diagnosed, that would count as one. So depending on the population, so if you're, I'm trying to think of how many First Nation, what's the total population of First Nations? Right, in all of, even Ontario, then you would take 4% of that as autism, as FASD, and 2% of that having autism.
I see. And would that account for why so many people from First Nations are on Ontario Works or on ODSP? And have they been diagnosed like that, or is it just because of poverty?
So a lot of it has nothing to do with diagnosis for ODSP, right? That's considered, they get categorized under behavior or delayed or needing to, like ODSP because of socioeconomic status. However, we understand that there is a link between socioeconomic status and neurodivergence.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Comments?
Just one right there.
The mic's coming your way.
Is the service base to which you are able to refer Indigenous peoples inclusive of late diagnosed adult individuals with neurodivergence?
So you're asking where, like?
So I'm just asking, are there essentially adult programs for treatment for those who either need continuing treatment into adulthood or who were late diagnosed? Are there, do you have referral on programs? Are you able to direct that traffic? Or within the Indigenous community, are you aware of clinicians who can offer counseling and so on in regards to symptoms and causes?
So I can't give you specific names and stuff right now. It's something that we've actually been trying to work on, is finding out where Indigenous specific resources are within Ontario. And there's no coalition that kind of lists all that. And some things open, and then a year and a half later they're closed, but their website still stays open. But then you can't refer. So there needs to be, where we want to find some sort of way of having those resources all in one spot to make it more effective. Because right now, lots of people have to travel to Toronto, which is a long distance if you're living way up north.
Is there a Chiefs of Ontario initiative to try to do that?
That's something we should ask the Chiefs of Ontario. Not yet, I don't believe. That's something that we've did a discussion with Chiefs of Ontario too about some things, and I know that they have a few resolutions in regarding some neurodivergence and mental health and addictions. So
in the general population, it's been identified as an election issue, and today is election day.
Hi, sorry, I'm Alexis. I'm a health policy analyst with COO, and was just going to say that, as Michelle mentioned, we have had a couple of resolutions, so now we're mandated to do this work. So absolutely, what that looks like, of course, we're not sure, but it's just really important to get this information, and knowing those developmental root causes of, maybe later struggles in life. So yeah, just letting y'all know that we are mandated to do this work, and so hopefully we can get something really great growing to just provide more resources for communities.
If you are in this area and you're looking for adult, SOHAC, Southern Ontario Aboriginal Health Access Center, they will help with getting diagnosis for adult. We are, like we said, Anishinaabeg Nation, so we're all Ontario. So Michelle is up in our Lake Huron region, so I'm down in the southeast and southwest. I do have knowledge of some of the diagnostic clinics even further south, like Hamilton, Brantford. There's some down there that are ready and willing to help as well. So I did see you screenshot our contact info. We'll try and assist you as best we can to get adult diagnosis.
Any other questions? Over here.
Yeah, just real quick. I must have missed it, but I'm just wondering how I can get more information that you guys provide on neurodivergency. Is there like a QR code or website? Email you guys? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what we do. You just email us, and if you want information, we'll do the best that we can to get you connected with who you need to connect it. Or if you want presentations like this, let us know. The more you know, you can't do better if we don't know better. So if we know better, then we can start to do better. So it's about getting that knowledge out and not being afraid to talk about it. Bringing it up in conversation and knowing that the more we talk about it, the more we're going to get those resources. Because if we're not making noise, the government thinks there's not a problem. So we have to make noise.
Okay, very good. Let's give Kochi and Michelle a hand. That was awesome. That was really awesome. Neurodivergence. You know, when I was teaching back in 1973, grade 6, they gave me a class. My good buddy John Long, some of you might know him, my good buddy John Long, he was the principal, he said to me, Norm, you are going to get a class of 14 kids. And back then, 14 kids was a small class. Even today, it's a small class. You only got to get 14 kids. He said, I'm doing that because George is in your class. And George is a real handful. So I had George in my class. And George, one time, when I was teaching, I had him at the back over there doing his own thing. And this is way long before they used to do all kinds of special ed stuff. There was no such thing as special ed. George was back there doing his stuff, doing his level stuff or whatever it was. Anyhow, I was teaching a class, and I was teaching a class can't. It's called contractions, right? Contractions. So I'm teaching a class, and Georgie goes like this at the back, you know, I guess he's paying attention, and he says, Mr. Wesley, aren't contractions what happens when a woman is going to have a baby? I said, there's nothing wrong with that kid, man. And later on, in his 20s and 30s, he was ADHD. He saw things differently. And this is what these two are talking about right now. I didn't understand, but I was I was able to kind of just cut him a lot of, what do you call it, slack, if you will, in trying to understand George and stuff. So thank you very much. We're coming to an end. And thank you for staying. We're going to close. We're going to invite Zachary General to come forward, the Associate Director of Health, to come forward with some closing remarks. Give him a round of applause. He is the kind of a boss man. I understand he did quite well in snagging.
Can you all hear me?
Nope.
Is this one? No. This one? Oh, okay. Whew. I was asked to do closing comments, and I didn't prepare, so I'm going to shoot from the hip. But I do want to thank everyone for being here over the week to join us for the 18th Annual Health Forum. I hope you really got to learn something here today. or over this week and from the multiple workshops we held. For me, the workshops are really a shining example of the strength and resilience of yous as community workers, the organizations you work for, the communities you work for, in terms of supporting healthy outcomes for your community members. So I hope you were able to take a lot of lessons away from those workshops. I hope you were able to network and connect with one another, to talk and share about your experiences, your best practices, and maybe make a new friend along the way. And so with that all said, I would like to thank the OFNYPC members for joining us this week. They were a great help with mediating the workshops, even though I may have given some misdirections and assigned them to different rooms, but we got through that. And I want to thank our elders and knowledge keepers here today as well for joining us, and again, helping keep the event grounded, reminding us of where we come from and our traditional ways. And I would like to thank our drumming group again for the songs they've played for us and sang for us, to again reminding us of where we come from. I would like to thank the AV company. I don't recall your specific name, but again, thank you to Chris and his team for the hard work they've done in terms of organizing our AV needs and supporting them as we walk through this process. And finally, I want to thank our health staff. If you're our health staff, if you can please stand up so everyone can recognize who you are. They're the ones who organized this. They're the ones who worked hard to ensure that we were running fairly smoothly. You may have been at the community wellness gathering about a few weeks ago. So we had back-to-back large gatherings. And so they put in the time and effort to ensure that this event ran smoothly as it could and as successfully as it could. So I want to thank them for their hard work. And finally, I want to thank myself. Save the best for last. No, I'm just kidding. But that's all I really want to say. I don't really know what else to say. But thank you for being here. And I hope everyone has safe travel home today. Oh, I know who I forgot. This was in my notes. Our MCs. Sorry, Norman Syracuse. I just want to thank you. Again, you guys were the ones who were running this, let's say it, a circus, making sure everyone was in line, getting people from here to there. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for your guidance. And thank you for your kind words to help relay the messages from the various presenters today. So thank you once again.
Testing. Hello, is this thing working? Can you guys
There's
hear
a,
me?
there's a thing here.
Alright. So real quickly, we do have a draw from everyone who stuck it out and stayed till the very bitter end and didn't leave early. We took all the names from registration and put them on a wheel, if we could get that up to spin.
The wheel.
We will keep spinning until someone is here in the room. You have to be here to win. So can we get a spin? Ashley Kogig, sorry. Is she here? Ashley, are you here? Oh, spin again. Mike Wabano.
Mikey! Mikey!
Congratulations, Mike.
Is that it, Toby? Yep. Yeah, okay.
All right.
my co-chair, my co-mistress, Syracuse
Wow.
Montour.
3 days. Thank you. Thank you. 3 days. 3 days of being here, 3 days of connection, 3 days of learning, 3 days of supporting each other in our communities. I'm so proud of all of you for being here. Can we show yourself some love? Oh my goodness, you guys are amazing. Past few days I've learned a lot. There's a lot of unfamiliar faces, but now that I've been in this environment for 3 days, I feel like I recognize a lot of you. A lot of you have come up to me and shown your support, your love, and I really hope I was able to give that back in exchange and make you feel the same way as well, because that's how I feel about all of you, and I'm so thankful that all of you are here, and I'm so thankful that I could be here as well. While we're here, there's something I want to tell you. Something a residential institute survivor has told me. She told me, I am not a survivor. I am a reclaimer. And that is exactly what we are doing here today. We are reclaiming our spirit, we're reclaiming our power, we're reclaiming our knowledge, our ceremony, everything in the middle as well. And that's because you showed up. You showed up, and you are here right now out of an act of love for yourselves, your family, community members, colleagues, etc. So I'm so thankful that you could all be here today. And I just really want to show my appreciation to all of you guys, because being here really means the world to me. So, Norm, I'm going to pass it off to you now.
You know what? Please, yeah. You know, I was sitting behind David there, and she come up to me, and she goes like this, and she said, "I need to talk to you." And I said, "Oh, I wonder what's going on here." And she had kind of like a serious face. She went, and she was looking for a private spot, and I said, "Oh man, this got to be serious." And she looked at me in a very serious way, and she said to me, "You know, Norm, I really don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say for closing remarks." Kind of hinting at, don't make me do this. You know what I mean? And I said to her that, and she went on talking a little bit about it, and I said to her, and it's important when you hear somebody tell you something that you repeat what they're saying, perhaps in a different way. So I said to her, "Syracuse, what you're telling me is that you're saying is that there are no words. There are no words. What I'm feeling right now." And I said, "That's what you're saying." I said, "You will be okay." Wasn't she okay? And on. I just want to say this very quickly. I feel the love. I really do. I feel the kindness. And some of you have been even coming up to me and said, "Man, this has been awesome." And I really like that, because feedback is really important, good, bad, or indifferent. And thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, and thank you so much, because what the Chiefs of Ontario Health Department has done is that it placed a challenge in front of me. I've never done this before at this Chiefs of Ontario level. I've done it in other levels and stuff, and I said to myself, I'm just going to have to go and do this, see how it goes. So I say that my heart is full. My heart is really, really full. And as I look at you, you are all caregivers. And I'm thankful that I had an opportunity of being here with you people for the last 3 days. And I said, these are the people who are going to make a difference. These are the people who are going to bring our people up. I have this personal mission statement, and I want to share it with you. And if you don't have one, perhaps you might want to consider saying, I need to have a personal mission statement as well. Not only in my work, but in my life. And my personal mission statement was this: to encourage the hearts of others to rise to new heights. To encourage the hearts of others to rise to new heights. And that is what you folks are doing right now, whether you know it or not. And I use that as my guiding light because I'm not always like this. There are times when I'm rock bottom and I feel like a piece of turd with the shit kicked out of me sometimes. You know the feeling. And it's that personal mission statement that always draws me back with the help of the Spirit within. I bid you well. Get me For our closing prayer, we will ask David and Ruth to come forward and lead us in a closing prayer.
Miigwech. Is this working? Yeah. Ah, miigwech kinawaya. Kinawaya gabajajik. Kabaz in the muck. Kiwi dokadi kuge manpi. Simiigwech ka kagigitachik manpi squatch. Kenny gay gibam say manpi. Gidap non game on the old knock the wind one. I picked up a brain down the road over there. I don't know why, but then I dropped it and I said, oh, gee, keep shaking to go. Hey, I dropped that brain and I said, oh, geez, I got to get my brain back and get in order here. So it's, so I thought I had to grab my brain and keep it with me. And so I say miigwech to all of you. Miigwech Abba Norm. First time meeting Norm and the youth here. All the youth that were here, or even the organizers, all the organizers that put all this together. This event, it's not easy. It's beginning one day, na abajit tonan nishnabe one, top of the man mandan nishnabe one abajit tonan pane. I always like using my language. Me Monday tam gami in the going in. This is the language that we were given. Wherever you're from, they always use that language first, and then English is our second language. So it's like that's always a reminder for me to do that. And Biskabiyik is endying, coming back to yourself, your spirit, your home. Your home within yourself. We're from all over. And the earth is like our home. We need to look after the earth as well. Look after all of that. And it's like, Bigeni manda yogi tapanaman manda chamakwendaman and dayan geni binjing. That I talk to my spirit all the time. Chamakwendaman kinagugego, miguge mabam, megwan tick, and I'll be with one p. This eagle staff, the coup eagle staff, all those feathers. Bazindage Maba, he's listening also, this one, representing us, that leads us. Also, a reminder of who we are as a Anishinaabe. So it's, again, it's like, it's really nice to be a part of the coup, because I never thought I'd find myself here, just like Norm says, this is the first time type. So it's always been great for me to come and be asked to be, I don't really like to consider myself the elder. I always looked at myself as to be a Skabewis. Skabewis is in being a helper, to help her to create her, help her to, we're all helpers to one another. We're all Skabewis is how I see it in my eyes. So it's always great. And then it's like, having to put our sama down for our people. I went to a ceremony a long time ago there, 2007, when I was getting more into my spirituality. And this old man asked me to come there to this Sundance, and I didn't know what I was doing, but I ended up dancing for the 4 years, and so I used to ask, what am I wanting to dance for? And it was for our people, for all of us. We almost lost a lot of stuff, our language, our ceremonies, a whole lot of stuff, even that squid. So to rekindle our fire. Each and every one of us have that spirit, that fire. So to take care of that fire, even though hearing some of the stories today of the ones that had presented, and it takes a lot of courage and bravery to come and sit in front of many people to share your story, because it's a heavy one, even when you're homeless. And getting back on track. But the Creator put things in our place we need to experience in our life. To experience that in your life, to what it's like not to have anything. That happened to me also. I fell. I stood back up again. And the elder had always told me that. He said, I see you fall lots of times, but you always seem to get back up. So I always encourage that to our youth, elders. Sometimes our elders, nobody was there for them for some time until they're into their elder staging. That they're also being thought of. Maybe there's stories that they've never shared with anybody, and it finally comes out. Maybe around a sacred fire or wherever. So I say miigwech to all of our experiences in our life, to where we are, to where we got to today. Nungo Kaning Ye Ibn Jabaman, we came from the star beings. And then we're going to return to the star beings when our time is done here. So it's having to, I guess, experience life the way it was intended to. They already told us what we were supposed to do at one time, but it was taken away on our journey here. It was snatched away. Now you go find out about your life, what life is going to be. And so we experienced that. We experienced all the things that, like the ones that we're speaking today. Wherever we come from, we all experience something. So we give that back to others to support them, help them, listen to them. Bizindagain is to hear, to listen, even to your own spirit sometimes, to guide us. I really liked the last presentation. It was good. It was something that needed to be heard in our communities, to have that understanding. Is Websy, what's going on in our life, and the things that we all faced. So I say miigwech. But I'm going to say miigwech to this organization again, the coup, putting all this on. Miigwech kmanagini kwejmagunan chiba nabakana gobakadan manda this event or gathering. Gimangon jading giman pi. Miigwech yo. Miigwech kebo masaying gagin with yo. Miigwech ke mandi yo nesewin gimin the going. Miigwech kanage yo nabi kajango ke. Miigwech kude gage naga the wind bung the gate non. So miigwech na no yikwech magunan cha namatonan ganage yo. When the ganage in the gumbizi ke endaik. Migo geo Bobby Ugoy kagin ma Benoji kote endain. Bigagna Ezwebo kode. Chamakwenda bang when it's the Wishnang. So I say thank you for the earth, for the wind, the rain, or the water that's coming, the cleansing, And maybe perhaps that's why that water or the rain is happening, is to cleanse up a little bit of what took place here the last few days, clearing up our thoughts, that we begin to start again another day. And that fire that we carry, our own fires, maintaining our fires, and the Seagull staff also. So I say miigwech to the one that watches over the Seagull staff, that he has a safe journey to where he's got to travel to. So I say miigwech kinawia. Migoyom dewegan. Itangut game and pio, minageo shkode. Gio sagen yo sama. I went and made my offering earlier. So I say thank you for that. And the elders that were here, and that they get to go home safely as well as all of us as we return home. So I say miigwech, 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 miigwech. I could talk longer. Long wind. Miigwech.
Kristana, till we meet again. Safe journeys.
Each day I work a little bit on plans of my own. I book flights to places I have always wanted to go. Listening to records, monophonic stereo. Crawl into bed and check for unread